Asempa FM.
You see, in this country, I must be honest with you, we spend so much time paying people to talk. We don't pay people to think. If we pay them at all, we don't pay them well. This is what is the problem of this country. All the mature democracies and industrialized countries you've seen, they have always found time to pay people to think and not just to talk. Because every day you get up on your airwaves, what do you hear? Let me tell you, go to Burkina. We are importing vegetables from Burkina. Burkina is getting greener and greener than Ghana is. How many times do you hear people in Burkina knocking their chests and shouting about their achievements and what they are doing? The achievements are being felt because people are thinking about the future of Burkina. People are thinking and interpreting their environment and finding answers to the challenges of their environment. Here, and I keep saying it, in this country, I analyze the politics and make projections 10 years back, 10 years forward to see where Ghana is going to get to. If we do not change and look for think tanks that can sit down to think through our problems as early warning systems, every problem that is known and has been solved in some country will always come to us as a new problem. That's what I mean by paying people to think. All the researchers, go and see Ghanaians outside this country I have met. Go and see what they have been able to do for other countries because those countries are paying them to think. Some of them are not even interested in coming back to Ghana because nobody wants to become part of a talking society. They want a society that acts and achieves results. But who do we glorify? Those who can insult each other on the radio in the morning.
Who should take the blame?
All of us. Because I keep saying when people say the media goes to do it is not the media. Does the media sleep and just conjure stories? We send the stories to them. Because all this social security, corruption, whatever you are looking at, people are looking for these security outlets because the future is unknown. Who can climb the ropes in Ghana today fairly? Even university admission. People come to their MPs to go and assist them get admission. And when a country degenerates to this level, that politicians are now involved in academic decisions as to who gets admitted, we have a problem. I was in health. I went to Interior. I got all the bad press in relation to not allowing these protocol things. People didn't listen. I said, don't worry. One day when you are traveling, you get an accident, and you are sent to the nearest health center, and the only person to decide whether you die or not is a protocol list who went to nursing training with FFF. That is when you get to know why protocol doesn't work anywhere and why the politician should not be taking decisions on matter. Those are unpopular. It made me very unpopular.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7. 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 Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
Well, I know that Asempa has gained a lot of experience. Asempa is one of the, not the forerunners, but in terms of coverage and listenership, you stand tall. The new FM stations that are coming into the arena are not calling on you to exit, them to survive. Is that what is happening? No. They are learning from you. They are learning under your feet. They are also trying as much as possible to find space. And, there's enough in the world for everybody. There's enough in the world for everybody. And so I think that those who are coming up, we definitely will encourage the injection of new blood. But you cannot also totally do away with the experience.
It's always a pleasure coming to Asempa where the truth is spoken.
This is the Radio Program of the Year. Ekosiisen. Are you ready? You are listening to the CNG Radio Program of the Year. Ekosiisen on Asempa 94.7 FM.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
The winner, Radio Program of the Year 2018, I beg your pardon. Asempa FM's Ekosiisen.
winner goes home with a memento, citation, and certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, the radio program of the year 2020 goes to Asempa FM Ekosiisen. Well, the host, I don't know who he has not interviewed yet. Congratulations to all of you, the entire team at Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Congratulations to you for emerging the radio program of the year 2020.
And now the big question is, what radio program do you listen to? Is it the radio program of the year 2023, Ekosiisen Asempa FM?
Ekosiisen, Asempa FM.
And that's the radio program of the year 2023, Ekosiisen Asempa FM. And the winner goes on with the memento, citation, and a certificate.
Asempa FM, Ekosiisen, Asunyi sa platform media. Se unyana betna subia na it's a privilege and an honor. Na yamu be so part of the reception of this particular platform. Shasi ache and so ne shasi, and we thank you for maintaining that credibility when it comes to delivery of more program.
Oh, okay. It is a Ghana Nibia 8 the person should not be confused about separate identities, no.
Oh, na internet no crown so obo media and now show me Wikipedia or some recognize me as Freedom Jacob Caesar.
Okay.
Okay. No, and I make an acquaintance say Jay-Z.
And Sean Carter.
Okay, check it. Wikipedia is here or be connected the two. Until and it almost how a nipa ebodino. No more combining and no more yet search engine until.
Oh, okay. It means that Cheddar and a Nicky, no, and a
nickname. Nickname. I just say Obi. See what they will cast Cheddar Namaka Obi.
Oh, okay. Wow. Chief Bine, Aquabana, upon to then.
Osei Bonsu.
Ekosiisen On Asempa
FM.
Fantastic. Na mete fote on catcher. Bibia bokoa.
Oh, Yakubona drum, Bibia daddy. Now, what's what?
Nyamenadum, kakra. Ye pimso kakra.
Asempa, I will know what you now watch this. So, Ghana hired me to 200 Abra, 1 year Rambo, Morocco to be out of my aswat.
Fantastic.
Ghana Manda on us.
My say, lawyer Jerry Ahmed Shaib. We wish you very well. Alright, we wish you very well.
We are very smart guy. I told you that my driver listens to your station. Both. Everybody knows. It's called Stephen Boating. Let me just use this platform to say hello to him. Yeah. I think he wants to hear your voice, so maybe you have to greet him. It's called Stephen Boating.
Stephen Boating?
Yes, both.
No, Charlie. Stephen, we brutal.
Yeah, or brutal. Or cherish you or
Stephen, yeah, that's it. I was a crowbar in the picture.
Yes. And then Mama, all for me,
it's been great. Ekosiisen, a lawyer met Shaib and I'm attending Kano.
Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa 94.7. Asunyine tie. Oribo. Ekosiisen Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Ekosiisen nie Bonsu awo mene sempa de brane mamba Obi som Obi som Obi som Obi som Obi som Obi Ekosiisen
Obi the Bremo
Ekosiisen Gana nkomo amanyo semyi Efutu semyi ya de bremo
Obi Kasa
Chairman Kujo. Na say the why you say over half yafe. Oh. And I say 6 months, 6 months.
Everyone say Bonsu. Na that's if you idea. And now my power we any idea to say brand no ya pagem.
Yeah.
Because now me show picture be now me share time about for say time I will take you over from you mean about Ekosiisen. Na you know free more be take you over. So be kakra nsa na over.
Sure.
And now Obeba say me do hunko me no boss. Ejelabi.
Okay.
ECG. That time now water crowd na em say nkomodi die mu na say now way option no. But all the option now the buy what be page brand no. In the highest special place. They say Obi brand na kwa you be to say say no obie ni di akire president person kasa no ba afafranto person kasa no ba ora John Mahama person kasa no ba NDC 4 person be twa kontompo kra no de abefa ha because Obi brand no e mu ayedin and now what the best producers and now almost to akire na je say onim
omototo ne ma
enema na omototo no say konyo chikata omubi eti je say o te kire sa na eto da bia no wanko hu kwasitwuma mo na nka bia mo wa say abusumi nsia first na na nka ne wada kra na hemrachi ye frɛ Yes, you be my brand in my you say the best producers in the world. Ewa ha. And at the end you say kill na me this na ntina hu be abushimi sia kill na ye tintinti. Now we just go to chuma daruma no we can be my CEO, executive chairman. As an producer say change your margin. Oh. Can you crack out me? Oh, I say, in the end of the day, I'm growing any phrase you near the brand and Ama. Or say, Bonsu, you will do baby, do you say a Kahubi? And Papa Abamo
on Asempa. And I have to say something about Asempa and Ekosiisen. And I have to say something about multimedia. You see, multimedia has developed a fantastic way of replacing. That is legendary in the history of Ghanaian broadcasting. So we're all worried about what's going to happen to Ekosiisen. Look at what Obi has done with it. I listen to Ekosiisen all the time. I mean, I have to admit, sometimes I listen and I get some ideas for the program because they come before us. So yeah, so like tonight we're going to use some of their content. So I have to have that. Obi, I've never told you this before, but I think you've done a fantastic job in replacing our friend who passed and holding the program and making it actually bigger.
Samuel Atachi, Honorable Minister in charge of Works and Housing, Member of Parliament for Ebuakwa South.
Yeah, that's time I have that. If I have any aje. Na any man that ho never to accommodate so. Minimum set Ghana da wakoma so. Sounds when da makoma so. Yeah. Nti ehwe na o man in peja.
Yeah, Obi. Also Obi. Obi kasusu masema.
Yeah, easy.
But I must commend you for the work you did for Mother Ghana. When you team in 2023. It will amaze you to know. I mean, just from penning for Umuti. I don't know if they will want me to put their names out there, but Minima Sofo Ghana, the fathers of the charismatic Pentecostal faith, Umuti this platform.
Amen.
And they listen. The last time I met one of them and said, "Oh, Asempa na miti, Asempa de wana miti every time, yeah. Miti Obi, he's doing very well." So it just tells you the impact that you are making. It cuts across. I think people appreciate the depth, the dexterity with which you approach your work. Any nimdiani obrasi, any nyansa odi ewe juma enye onkwa no producers ne omo kan nyina nti yeda Asempa for ase one management ne omo kan nyina say 2023 by the grace of God you helped us.
Yes.
Modi nyansa ni ndie ne nyame adwen through education information amode by amode boy. Me assure say 2024 by the grace of God, you do even more than you did. Even more. You've done great, but we know. Sir, I keep telling the people who are around me that there is always a place called up. Up. There is always a place called up. No matter where you have reached, there is another place called up. And so you don't have to relent. You don't have to be complacent at all. You are doing well, especially in this election year. Nyame adom ne nyansa ene ne homo Roberts now so to steer most of the conversations right so that the day or how ne abenini oyeni ene usu ebeba o mani mu no nyame be fa so na wa call me every because this is the only nation we have.
Kwaya nanka on the bay 3 hours the time sisi a amam for enam so a wo free enchi quarter there so wa che wo kwan so 20 minutes no wedu sisi a aso wo mutie because when him obi wo mut western of tie Asempa now e ba wo show na ene say me ha mani ameka say e yoso wo musom show no enti enkoma ye di no western not for aso demu pa na wo nim say asema ye ke e no kre trodo
me continue na me cheche ho wuye anza me free mako be go fra mako
e be sia ba be din komo bio why
yo the flow say
me din your say bonsu who me now friend me obi a meje wo so why
ni ezo ni obi a mo anenam
chairman medase pa chairman Kutin central regional chairman Hedima MPP hey a chairman Kutin do be kunipa o wa
yo ma me kai Ekosiisen ma mutin kwa na no enyonyam a ye de ahtem eduma pa mo ye ne award ma monya digidi pa se adanse efe Ekosiisen Asempa Monso Ghana ebi ma men kebino mu pia mo ma kwedi titru sani amode akan kasa ye adwuma ebia wo de bia otiti ase na nsem tu kwan konenam America New York abonten taxi am fire na dipakon otie Ekosiisen wo taxi no emu eye me nwanwa na nso nyina aka ho bi na ya bomo abaso amamon abonso body no Eurade won stram amen ya ewe enemy
yada Professor Stephen Kweku Asare yada sepa nyame nshao
obi me da sepa also nyame nshao na twaso na Ekosiisen no mani nye kese next year meba no na office no aye kese pa
amen okay all right and Professor Stephen Kweku Asare ono a legal practitioner KPMG professor of accounting University of Florida and Motene in Kano
dudu na obi na eba Ekosiisen so a kawo no nke ofufro pa supreme ho a kawo ye el chairman so ka ho na Ekosiisen so de yero na mposa wo no ese Ekosi inti ye bom abaso yes the good the bad and the ugly obetini na so Ekosiisen na niema miensa na mode ye adwuma eba radio to inform, to educate and entertain. The sana ya meka ya na mrebi mo bono mo ye program mo political program mo asante and now kamo ka station ewo eye gonja enka ye program mo ya bonra and na kamo kopie so ewo eye mampusia enka mo ye na yiri program na sisi na mo won kan ide we gama Ekosiisen eno ano sorry that's nice one.
Yo, Prof, where the me da say?
Yo, mi wo do wa kwa mu kra post for no na enche ho de magina ba bia di men some kakra no nti ya ma kofi
Mate me da Asempa Asempa FM yes
na ma Asempa for na mo kanya me some kase Asempa de gospel di am kan Yesu Kristo ho asem
ye ka papa okay ya na wati ye ka pa nyame shira wonso oh nice me da say Professor Stephen Ade and Yatene Kano
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
But what's your position on Sir and Shene that a Christo Fosso say untimi warimino or position then?
Wadaruma baby and why I can say now Kupa Madisofuda. I have poor at the car said the day I come and worry. What about my true? They used to carry a say, young father and course, right, ma'am. That's not useful. I can't. And not baby and the puppy breed, no digital sono, yes, say, I did born 50 at Siano, Unyanko, at the Bema, Adam Toho, now we in Fipa Diabaco, at the a ball Babacon. But I've been in the pay me to pay. But the see, you will need 8.3 billion a movie asset. And 8.3 billion I will be asset. And my crowd also, two kind who's I now, or say a bedroom baby. A man Bacase, that never worry. Into a dream you would have a easily never had there.
It's a name. Me and me elder our apostolic empowerment ministry no. Bibia ni ho a kire se esi me kwan se me ama ware. Metima to aso ware bibia ka ho.
Wada Roma, the fear to say ye need a mefofro bia what kind Matthew chapter 5 verse 17 now. Or say my mama say no, name me papa say ne ma. Eti ya Abraham nana. Abraham wo ware do say. O ware Sarah. Ano Saba be fa Hagar. Ana na yire ka che ni so wonya no ogya no. Ba na yire Sarah eto ho no. O sa ko be fa wo ba bi ni e friend Katura. O ne no wo 7. Ba da bia no obi e ka ya na e ka Ishmael ni Isaac. Ene ye ka. But wo ema 7 bi esa e de ka ho. Eti Abraham wo 9.
Na de o kikan de dia okikan na ujiri se awai dodo ayo si akwan e wa Christopher mu jiri se heaven wo hona na
mesno so ya dia say untimi hwe o man de untimi hwe oba no ne nkwara de ya bone don't go but so betimi ahwe oba no ne nkwara ne de ya me hu ayayi because in my man for bebre o ha o ma ware ba ko but o mo plan for no doso. What you say? Think how many plan for no crime? No, me dani aware kura. Sano dia. Ayira wouldn't say we do well register. Enti enko baby ah. What you say? Enti no. Omai ubetima nyaware baako. What you say? No, bisu betima ware mienu. But no unimpla. But obi betima ware baako. By empla ukura no. Etosun.
Enti ebeya yansha asem yenti e ho asese. Ebeya si ebeyi yeni mofie. Dansi etete kwantimfi. Na emanu so ntimi hu omani so yi
o ma medwen se sa na oba bia na epe enti enu nti na sa wo hwe mosemra no a wo se sa wo de wo ho ka obi a yayi pa ye nso na ware no
na chese de enkremfo ye no munyim de omo ye
oh yeah, of course na se Jacob ware 9 4
nti ne unya kwanya o de se ne beka ho
me de wo ho no a
o de wo na
o man paso ai
na me de min ko twa me de na me ko fa foforo nka ho
o man me no ire baka sana o preso na wa ko foforo aka ho
Shaban would to be
and I think San Newman kitten so na Nina Akabo. Yes, and then Ramitie Dr. Enin of Kofi Annan International Peace, and he made the point say a frustration no and Akikabo Mami you.
But we have all contributed to
that. Enra, I had an engagement with some youth on Unim Clubhouse.
Yeah, Unim Clubhouse.
Clubhouse, eh?
What's it mean Clubhouse? Sport baby, I joined. I've been continue. And I know now. What's that? What's that? No, I joined. I don't continue. Yeah. But what is that? Yeah.
A social media app.
Oh, no more because I mean, would be for half an hour. Nobody can say your name. Oh, Casama, because of a cousin, dear. I will not question about more to be now. Because he did was a club out. Wouldn't say technical tell you, Adimami, Guapayomuno, and a Kusifaka Kai, because Twitter education, Mediaco with the Binami. What about Yakwana Wano, who Bram and Bridget, screenshot to grab and Bram and Bram, them. Was a club, my house. My medication, or there was no you. No, my medication. The club was Maza, me ma fa hundi clubhouse. Who nim signal? Who nim telegram?
Me nim telegram.
Ja information ya ma me ye. No. La ga ji asira ma bibi ya no. Say we try up ring na bre so oh kwabena. Na dey pa.
In the me engage group be on club.
Yeah. But next time you're careful. Who kwa have na ko kan club say the baby etwa bi
from Fanti United. Okay. That's the name of the group. Right. And Clubhouse is beautiful. What if me start here a Drew open forum and we have question about because Obi introduce your mind to Clubhouse and next time you saw me so
wow.
I'm not waiting for anybody to make me happy. I'm happy myself. Oh, after mass, I don't want anybody to congratulate me. When I enter my room and I take my bottle of club, I open it into the glass. Oh, listen. I use the glass to hit the bottle. I say cheers. I cheer myself for anybody to cheer me up because I know who I am. I know that I am a seed wherever you.
I don't understand men these days. I don't understand. You have one woman. You are struggling to take care of her and your children, and you are going in for another woman. To do what? What kind of cross is that? Why do you fabricate such crosses for yourself? God-given crosses are already too numerous for us to carry. And you are also creating some. Why? God is not aware of that. Well, don't bring that cross here. He will not even listen to your prayer because he has already warned you.
Napo Bawia tickets. Napo Bawia tickets. Napo Bawia ticket is a perfect one for you. Napo Bawia ticket is a perfect one for you. Napo Bawia ticket is a perfect one for you.
It's a perfect one for me. It's a perfect one for me. Oh, guys, I go to the idea. Oh, I did the other Hano. Oh, guys, I go. How much about in the Abra? What did you observe? Was there a perfect one for me? Oh, guys, I go to the idea as well. Asa, what would you do?
Is it a winning ticket?
It's a winning ticket, sure. It's a winning ticket. It's an excellent ticket. The perfect ticket. Oh, guys, I go to the idea. Oh, I did the other Hano. Oh, guys, I go. How much about in the Abra? What did you observe? Was there a perfect one for me? Oh, guys, I go to the idea as well. Asa, what would you do?
Asempa CSC Jeshi and Yamania Fire Service for Goso. Almost a mocha say, your free video on Petrasa, your free Kenya, also Petrasa, Bloody Hamilton, you come a free buy-in. Fire Service for now volleyball court, who Chamsobu, a damn it. A woman came for near one to see a pass. Nipa, what you make him for better, shall be Dumuda. Mamma, 80 and your blood, you do Jaya, and both a pick up on Modeba, pick up a BB and Mamudiba Dumjay. It's about the Sami Far, one of Quasamuni, but when you move out to I'm targeting her. I did the police need the tour by me so and my job won't want to be done here. So, fire service need was shot 5 years to Numujada. As was me for jacket to your pocket to me a clinic. Over fact, talk to Yako Haniha. On your cabinet. As for your job was me be a jacket to Numujada.
You see this piece of land, I took over about 300 million from it. Just 2 months. You see this piece of land, I took over about 300 million from it. Just 2 months. I built my own 2 rooms at Wadjagmakasi, but I worked 20 years without buying even a single plot. Now I have my own premises. So I like myself on the gold more than cuckoo. Government can never stop Galamsey in this Ghana at all. I have the gold, I have plenty money in my pocket, so I don't mind cuckoo. Look, I'm now cutting it off, you see. It is my own bonafide property. Nobody can stop me to stop cutting my own cocoa tree. Are you planting for me? Planting for you food and job, am I involved?
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa 94.7. Asunyine tie. Oribo. Ekosiisen. Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Obi nebado biba, obibo biba, ode Asempa na bo. Obi nebado biba, obibo biba, ode Asempa na bo. Obi nie, Ekosiisen nie. Bonsu awo mene sempa de brane mamba obi som obi
Asempa FM.
Asempa
Asempa FM Sony on a Friday afternoon, the 18th day of October 2024. We've done some 32 minutes after 2 a higher Asempa FM. Bidin Osei Bonsu from Yobi. It's not to say free summer copy him saying Nunsiane fan ebebo and the idea Ekosiisen Jumediano Ebremo. And Momi and I and Shannon. Be our guest as we bring you Ghana's biggest and the most authoritative political, social, and current affairs talk show, Ekosiisen, your multiple award-winning late afternoon political talk show, live from our national studios here in Kokomlemle, Accra. And a fiada. And me hear some segments no ebe bremo man hene kwabna santis already in our studios. Obe boye me de me hear some segments no. Abremo. Show produced by Dominic Kisi Yeboa, Nana Chumberema, Jackson Osei Tiamoa, Ebenezer Tete, Oman Hene Kwabena Sante, and a Quia Boachua, Yadom, Omunina Brian, and Ekosiisen Jumediano, Ebremo. Of course, the big story for today, what happened in Ghana's parliament, Enra, a lot of angles, coming up. And we bring you the backstory, what you need to know. Enra, the breaking story in Ebrem, when the speaker read out his ruling and the effect of that ruling, and we'll bring you all the other angles to that particular story. And we'll also tell you what we think about what happened in Parliament yesterday. As far as what happened in Parliament yesterday is concerned, as we'll be speaking to a former First Deputy Speaker, himself a Member of Parliament for some 12 years, Honorable Freddie Wasimewu Blay, a lawyer and a former national chairman of the NPP. And the NNO Ebedin Komo as well on a myriad of issues, including what happened in Parliament yesterday and the NPP as a political party, how the campaign is going, the role on what they play in that campaign and all of that. NNO Ebedi and Komo and area. Stay with us and get to listen to that interview. We are a discussion segment and so Ebetwamo so Ekosiisen so. Join us on all our interactive platforms on Facebook, on YouTube, and via WhatsApp. YouTube, just search for Asempa 94.7 FM and subscribe to our channel. Me who be a watcher ifi for our comments ne egu homa yen ne abejemre akan amount. Or Facebook in so Asempa 94.7 FM. Or you have to first like our page or follow the page. Na watch a live stream or comment go ho amaye. Or we are active on WhatsApp in so obet me the WhatsApp message no abrain na yajemre akan amam. 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Me sisubiu 0548 443 523. Na yentie wonso wadwen kire on all the issues yebedi ho nkomo ene ewie intimoma yenhye ne nso mema oman hene kwabena asante akwaba ne yede nkomo no ahyehyese na a lot to talk about on Asempa FM. Me hear some segment near the air premi. Oman Akwaba.
Hey, lawyer, me Joso na oye.
Adumia crying kakranka.
O baby or the abeduna me hwehwe. Nano krata na me kas me kayama efa. Bank of Ghana ne ko
man yeah.
Na me but am say bibia edika de anim ti.
Sure.
Me wi ana afi yaba eno so na afi yenche obia ne yenkai obia say continue to seek the best of our Yonkofa with your maker. Continue. It's not a one-day exercise or journey. But finally you will be stable in terms of building a proper relationship with your maker.
Sure.
Now, me nko so show nkran so say bibie ni ho a aka chire wo obraye boemu. Tina, the downfall of a man
is not the end of his life.
It cannot be and should not be, the end of his life. It's a name that you say, Waboto. Ade be china na ogina brane. Ni nyina na your mindset. Adwene a obenya ni tirimpa obenya. Se obenya saa ahokeka ne ni je ni akokuduro no aka kire wo say even e ka say bibipa e betime fi Nazareth abana. So what I say, they realize that Nazareth na go already. We pa dey e go already. Ade papa ben pa de betime fi German se fi aba. And munya ben pa de betime fi eja e ko ni mu fi aba. But who eja ko ni mu fi ono. Don't be scared or worried by those things. Don't accept those things. Catch who say ampa eja ko ni mu fi ade. Ha na me wo de ade papa bi empie fi ama ade. But me no ade udi a hye me kwabna sante.
I'll change that order.
I'll change that story. Jimmy say na Adome FM for but God will change your story. Yeah, dance keke. Jitu within that spirit and that soul say the omukano no. See if you had obiansi dan kra won krana. If you had obiansi ade enko university in Trada. If you had the nya wa de pada. Eno de say na omukeka de wo no enye ho na wo hwe. It is an your one or mokika na no obebutu no. Na wa be the positive of the negative. I tell
people when your parents are poor, it doesn't mean you are poor.
Why should you even accept that?
Why
should you accept that?
You can change that story in your family.
But why should you accept that?
You can break the chain of poverty in
why
your family.
Should you even accept that in the first place?
If your parents are poor, you are not poor.
Me papa and talk hard. It means me papa say be talk hard. Me say any wine. Once you admit within your spirit, say who say any wine there. E be who say any wine.
It registers in your subconscious. And not sometimes you can say positive declaration. You can positive declarations.
So what you say?
Enye abstract concept o. O sorry anopa. Catch on who say me a big man.
We kura wo kan no was a kai me. What bomb me man bro.
Yes.
Book here also the bring me.
Tell yourself that me a big man, and that's why the Bible says, "Let the poor say, I am rich."
I'm rich.
And the Bible recognizes
that
yes, you can be poor, but tell yourself that you are rich.
No,
and positive
you are not part of that negative declarations.
Let the poor say, I am.
If you had it, Obisu fear dear. Ono su ku je de ba ya de suan ko ya de aware pan ko ya de akonto ko ya de adansie ko ya de kan ko ya to ya de
yes
it means now
positive.
When you are positive, jealousy cannot be your portion. When you are positive, backbiting cannot be. When you are positive, you don't destroy obi to get to the top. So a positive unko di tro and di tron to obi so answer na what men yan kunim di anaze wabotri e fake and it doesn't stand the test of time. So we are positive partner obi nkoso okra no ye wo ani je a positive provocation. So you are positive nya afa na ode nya atwome ne nam sabato obey uko record obi sabato obey uko twatro sabato obey uko di adansi krumu o ye positive ade bia o ye bia no your foundation is grounded in honesty, truthfulness and then openness. So what I say very important.
Brian Boaben say obi me a big man. Medium and penny that.
Mama obi an kan che say hey we do kwatra say no.
It is not a crime to dream.
Debbie. No one dream you know because you are dead.
Yes. And yes, when you dream, dream big.
Yes. Now
as big as the ocean.
Now Brian and Abasa said the for me. No Ukrainian is your dear who kakraka say there. We'll see what we'll do. Brian, I love what you are just tell yourself, excite yourself. And
Proverbs 18:21. The tongue has the power of life and death.
Yeah, no.
And yes, those who love it will eat its fruit.
And then yes, and positively.
One of my favorite Bible verses, Lamentations 3. When you read the entire chapter, from 18, 19, 20, 21, Prophet Jeremiah wrote Lamentations. At the time of Israel for conquest, I think at the time Babylon. And tina I could do level out in the account in Lamentations said pain will go through. No, or say I have forgotten what happiness is.
Because of
the pain the Israelites were going through. Even after that, no, I say, yet still I call to mind. Yes, I call to mind.
Even in the midst of
the pain. Or say, yes, still I call to mind. Therefore have I hope. Or say, the steadfast love of the Lord never ceaseth. In the whole of the cars, it is open the background to that popular
so
verse.
They are new.
Yes,
they are new.
They are new every morning.
They are new.
And today, in
they are new.
They are new. Or say, I've forgotten what happiness is. Or say, yet still I call to mind, therefore have I hope.
The steadfast
love.
They are new every
pain
morning.
Who go through. Who say, Nyame dono. It is a very, very powerful verse.
Well, Binti, I am saying, Nyame be quite more than so a chain. Yet that Nyamiasi, Libya, the Bania said, I need be bra. Tiasi, Fache, because ye ready, ye jitum say, but for God, and Kasem Sebi, any baby. Now, men, a charismatic evangelistic ministry for SEM, Sofa Paino. Steve Manson and Pastor Stanley, and then Cape Coast.
Okay.
Or more young one, dear, over hundreds of thousands of beds in drinks or more visiting various homes. That's it for or more or no dim if you free we are names you are 29 or more name Cape Coast or more yes distribute the same for them as a Pentecost for more yes Lighthouse Chapel.
Yeah, Lighthouse.
Almost or more the prisons, renovations of police stations. So paying that he would know. We appreciate you. Pentecost for them as apostolic empowerment. So you adopted some of the words, our children's word, and regular donations to various homes. You know,
the role of the church.
You cannot underestimate the role of the church. In the other churches, and to increase, na enenipa ahunhia ewo mu ya hochire ewo mu no obi hu saade ni bi kura keka
e na mo yen so a e ma mo nya mfa nhye dem
dabi so
mo wi asente
ya na so
ya the papa we say wi asente because asori ni mistake a
said ye
sikana no bashe ya the papa ya wi asente
yes
very important
it is same for ewie mu na mo ma power that so ya da mo asepa we know that other churches are doing great in terms of say almost support various needy homes orphanages baby let us get to know some of these things. We will also project it and thank God for Moshomo Untiase again. Now that no more can say about our name is suffering. People really wanted us to have a full conversation. I've told them that at the appropriate time, because where we find ourselves now 50 days or so
to elections,
a very crucial election, we need to just calm down those matters and then we'll get back to them at the appropriate. I think we may person busa our questions and sana me de my drink chrebebano let us understand the position of the law first. And sana the emotions, near partisan interest, and what we think should have been the ideal situation. You know, so maybe yes, you know, me say you know, as I see the impo and commona ye didn't then I will be able to ask questions after questions. And I thank God, maybe God knew in times like this, you need a lawyer to be here to be giving a better explanation before the street explanation will come in. And some a partisan explanation of them, and some interest explanation of them, and some a certain
chief binding. Was it Obi? I be big man like Omai Hene.
Said now we will say Onam Rich Kondo no call campaign.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I saw it.
I saw that
we will send the car tie.
Yeah.
Ako Pio baby campaign.
Seems to be doing
well. Oh, say on Marbonti on the
So our position being the campaign team.
Me.
Or a deputy coordinator.
Or
one of the coordinators in the campaign team. But I'm not too sure. But Chief Binding, please let me know what your specific role is. And your campaign, and your
What was it?
So Obi or Tai Kasapa Mustafa Bande. Yeah, me.
On the so one about 2
No, well, Johnny Akote.
I didn't buy you. Who's the chum that discover? Chum that discover Mustafa Bande. If your baby chum didn't come, chum do discovery.
Discovery of the year.
Ismailado.
No, but Chief Binding and the team, Charlie, kudos to you guys. I mean, Bompire said things will go as you wish, but less than 60 days from now, no? Ghanaians are going to vote, and then we'll see.
Paul D'Souza, or no, so
Massachusetts. He listens to us regularly. Onassis Kobe, and Yeni Pay, the Nanokoi.
Shamo. That's also why Shamo will issue with us when it comes to Ghana, not parties.
Okay.
Ghana, your health system, no? Or say we need to pay attention. So
health sector in the US. But was said sometimes no say or measure too much according to US standard.
Mr. say measurement no the mind other pressure was system. It yet na say buy na odi ya say ye ba be say ho yare wo ho a no hwe yare ni bia yesa wo ho a o hwe say you equally qualified better doctors facilities na akakakra so ati onu de how can say pass everybody obenya kwanya bebe Ekosiise.
I'm hoping say nyame ya adom na say the party timi win ba power he would influence decisions in the health sector. Now at least the ekoso ho no am ye hu ebi so ewa but Chief Binding say or a deputy campaign coordinator.
Very well.
In charge of special operations.
Okay. In charge of
special operations.
I didn't say that the car come be we can do track on the side keke. She's very good.
In charge of special operations. And they also say for the majority group in parliament.
Debbie. So I said I did obeba it is quickly put on what are there now walk us through. How have we arrived at this point? What started it? And what really are the scenarios are you painting? No,
I think from what I have heard and read, the minority leader and Eputi, it was not a motion properly so, but I think he gave information to the speaker. Say some members of parliament are filing nominations with the Electoral Commission to contest either as independent candidate or on the ticket of a political party. And when him say forming MPs in parliament as an independent candidate, but are filing a nomination to contest as a member of the MPP in the upcoming elections. Sounds so now. So him Cynthia Morrison. Cynthia Morrison. Mamley. On also file even though your MPP MP, we file so contest as independent. Sounds so now. Yenipa which are Backbush no. Suhum MP no. Ono kwali din dey saying bibi oboafo. Suhum MP friends saying oboafo bibi
Asante na.
Kojo Asante, right?
Kojo Asante that o piece of man.
Dabi enyo no. In the onozo files of be contest as independent and a very good friend Kwachiaka. Onozo
marine engineer. Me shoot chen eyi.
Marine engineer shooting in the trouser.
The marine engineer there.
And also file is there on those person co-independent. Minority leader heard about the attention of the speaker. And speaker said he would deliver a ruling on that. In fact, I think Afenyo Makin was also called upon to share an opinion on the case or the Asempa Ako Court, like Supreme Court. The speaker says the ruling on that. In general, and ruling essentially what can speaker ruling and run a job and a copy of the ruling I'm reading essentially what the speaker concluded on and say based on precedents. Any understanding of the constitutional provisions, Article 97(1), and all the clauses underneath, no ama sa we ne say. No, Evans.
Yes, ma'am.
For mine here, Chine Brase. Yeah. No, ama. I take the decision say, and I said the view say, it was so declares our seat vacant because free say the MPs involved, I take decisions be a run contrary to Article 97(1) and especially G and H into only decision awama no. And then after a month for starting making inferences based on that ruling, then it means the order in Parliament, assessor, But I don't want to even go into whether the Speaker in his ruling was right or wrong. For the simple reason, interpretation of the Constitution and for with the permission no make kind. So Article 1 of the Constitution say supremacy of the Constitution. 1-2 Nika say this constitution shall be the supreme law of Ghana, and any other law found to be inconsistent with any provision of this constitution shall, to the extent of the inconsistency, be void. In the Constitution of the Republic 1992 supreme law. Oshe 2 now say enforcement of the Constitution.
Enforcement of the Constitution.
Yes. Or say a person who alleges that an enactment or anything contained in or done under the authority of that or any other enactment or any act or omission of any person is inconsistent with or is in contravention of a provision of this constitution may bring an action to him in the Supreme Court for a declaration to that effect. So Obabeshe Article 130, original jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. Subject to the jurisdiction of the High Court in the enforcement of the fundamental human rights and freedoms as provided in Article 33 of this Constitution, the Supreme Court shall have exclusive original jurisdiction in all matters relating to the enforcement or interpretation of this Constitution. The Constitution is clear. About interpretation of the Constitution, any provision in the Constitution exclusively reserved for the Supreme Court. And so what kind Speaker ruling now? You see traces of him veering into interpretation. Which I think say the reserve, but because Afenyomakin is already in the Supreme Court, we would leave the Supreme Court to deal with all those issues, because I think say stray kakra into. Because the Supreme Court has also ruled, say you can't interpretation. Now, what interpretation is, and when you give a ruling a border on the intention, now say go into the intention of the lawmaker. I respectfully think that it's traced into interpretation, which is a reserve of the Supreme Court. But because the Supreme Court is seized with that case, Afenyomak and Diakon, we'll leave it for them.
Okay, so what's my boy with the letter that what the Speaker read out in declaring those 4 seats vacant.
Yeah.
Let us get the understanding proper.
Into the ruling of the Supreme Court, Mrs. Supreme Court of the Speaker, it is a kind. I mean, I think the last 2 paragraphs now say, honorable members, it is important to point out that the Speaker is called upon by the standing orders of Parliament, particularly Order 18, to inform the House of the occurrence of a vacancy of the seat of a member under Clause 1B to E, G, and H of Article 97 of the Constitution. 28, because accordingly, I proceed to inform the House that by the notification of the polls, the following members of Parliament have by their actions vacated their seat in Parliament.
Notification of what?
The notification of the polls.
Do we have polls as we are?
And so, Isia announced be published notice of polls. I don't know so my idea. But Speaker said by that action of the EC, the following members of Parliament have by their actions being so my file your nomination to contest as independent or on the ticket of a political party. Or my vacate your seat in Parliament and about members needing Honorable Peter Yaokwachiaka, NDC MP for Memphis Central in the Western Region, now referred to as an independent parliamentary candidate for the constituency. Into all the 4 AD, and also the House is accordingly so informed. And by the ruling, the Speaker now declares almost seats not vacant. What I am arguing and say Say the individual members of parliament involved, can go to the High Court.
Me na me bebusa say, are there only an opening for a fair hearing as to why all of a sudden because member can arrange now.
Yes.
Meaning say easy file bibiamba abonti.
Yes.
Also so wajina easy trim po bi also beba be yes ade no. Aka se sa na mo na easy to nintino. Ojidi se say na easy.
Yes, the speaker can argue say once I'm filing my nomination. Easy ajisa nominations not tum because or more after the filing of nomination easy cast or more qualify easy the notice about out dada ebini Amenfi Central they say almost unqualified apart from her all other persons easy approval ajomo nomination not tum
a dear dance
say then after no more candidate officially more contesting and the speaker can argue say based on that but I am saying say in the process of the speaker coming to the conclusions are Oba Urichi, where the individual MPs given the right to fair hearing.
But what has been the precedent? Say, speaker, you use the word precedent. What has been in that initial in president
2020?
What really was the process?
No, 2020. Say, your friend is saying, Honorable Formena MP. So Obeko independent. And then I think there was a petition from the MPP to the then speaker. And the MPP called on the speaker to declare the seat vacant because a member or parliament that declares Obeko independent.
They expelled him.
Based on which, in fact, the MPP expelled him based on one party constitution. And they were informing the speaker, so I'm going to take his decision. On your MPP member bill. So the speaker, based on that, and then gave the ruling. You understand?
So it was based on
say
Krata MPP for
yes.
Say we don't kind of be
yes.
If so called content crow.
Yes.
I know man
Jina. Am free party.
Okay.
And the speaker Jina so yen.
And this one the speaker Jina Dienso.
I don't know say we say two party. Mind you say we there is an MPP MP and there are MPP MPs and there's an NDC MP. I don't know say parties no officially. One. The statement about say Oma expel our MPs.
But so share the speaker Kenya. Ningina is not from the from electoral commission.
Yes.
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 I don't know where
yes. Yes. And only the only fundamental difference between we and what happened in 2020.
Sabrina interpretation Michael Kui in China and I feel in Homano. Now obi the Asemna Akoda Supreme Court for interpretation.
No, not that I know of. Not that I know of. No. Not that I know of.
So Yakope in Chilemu Supreme Court, no. A koja declare a baby and some obeche.
Yes, sir. A federal can file ne application at the Supreme Court. And son and speaker didn't
so between the speaker and the Supreme Court, no. Now it's said Baku and I said
the speaker's argument has been said Parliament a independent arm of government. And there are Supreme Court cases established
that independence.
That independence. And the fact said, and the fact that when decisions are taken by Parliament, a closed book into to forwards Attorney General and all those line of cases. But in the recent case of Abu Dhabi as Attorney General, our Parliament quorum in Sensem, the Supreme Court was clear. So we are in a constitutional democracy, not a parliamentary democracy. And say Parliament ABBA, especially when it borders on the constitution and your closed book, the Supreme Court can.
But that's what I was working because also nyoma efa interpretation.
Yes,
and the wa kura kasa ne kase as a way the speaker free ni speaker yenim kakra ebe wura nchiremu a
yes
it's a Supreme Court na de bre.
Yes.
So when any interpretation omukosiki
and America say speaker in the ruling about speaker believes say Wamasa ruling based on mandate of Parliament. Fortunately for you, there is a pending suit at the Supreme
Court. But that's what I make us say. You see, when we want to do things, let's also go through the right process. That superiority, and pass away independent. All these arms, in fact, that should be the case. That independent. But even in the midst of your independence, your children will say, "What you because ya fenunu and whatever in
and even on in in the Supreme Court in a case of an ex parte Supreme Court under which conditions and now be Supreme Court for interpretation.
Okay.
But and say when there are varying interpretations on a provision. In your mind, you can say Article 97(1), Evans and Zosa Supreme Court say court be lower court be anymore. O judge, you have to stay. Now I refer to Supreme Court. Not Supreme Court. I'm a ruling on that, and I'm saying back. And when there are varying interpretations, and that's why I'm for say because NMAKAI articles, me back from Professor Kwekwasare, and back also from Justice Sai, Strem Sai, a young fantastic lawyer. And also and what was say even amongst more senior lawyers, still
challenge
differences. What it tells you, they say. It raises an issue of interpretation. It was the Supreme Court, but the Speaker feels that he has the power to give the ruling.
I don't think Michelle Azeka said the position of the law before we come with emotions and feelings and partisan a stance. Because because I don't want people to jump into conclusion. So there's absolutely no challenge with Anamo Award to know. If you're no bit my catch, I say the OC I dance here one answer so there or a man so make us say it borders on interpretation because even both sides any year want new for nimpo
I divided
in Tremuna be on ma na a dear nebema yegina swaka even though our court no ye de ebeko so na ebia ye ntiase Edia, but me who say a recipe for chaos and I say confusion.
But for me, the good news for you, that is why we have the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court has the power, the authority. When an internet has said, when any tio, 2-1 or saying any act of or omission of any person.
But will be the
any act or omission of any person. Agreed. A Kotia constitution. The Supreme Court has the power to bring you back in line.
Agreed. But I'm looking at the times that we find ourselves in as a country.
Sure.
These are not normal times. It comes with a certain uniqueness.
Sure.
That uniqueness, you're pregnant with suspicion, pregnant with name calling, pregnant with insults, pregnant with a chaos situation. So what wouldn't we have avoided this kind of situation? Where waiting for our Supreme Court in such an emergency situation to do an interpretation for us as to whether what was going to be said by the speaker was the actual situation or let's say the Supreme Court a day back. So all these noise and standstill and walkouts and all those things, they're unavoidable.
Avoidable. Being so say, for the growth of our constitutional jurisprudence, some of these issues never because there was this whole in the wake of Justice Abdullahi case, there was this whole year around Parliament, Supreme Court, banter. Back and forth, lawyer way can say lawyer. Supreme Court got the opportunity and almost settles for good. And you see, it is clear say Parliament AABB brought down the constitution and a closed book. The Supreme Court can come back and overturn that. Into way would afford all of us another opportunity for the Supreme Court. Say constitution down gray areas be say issues be say a bar. The Supreme Court is seized with it. No mama decision. Now baby yet in Senaho. So then,
so as we speak now, who is the majority leader in Parliament?
For now, Speaker in his ruling, one consequential orders.
I
don't know. In this year, the air cost in any
any sure at all.
Sure.
Intino, as a CFN, say what we was
of course. But I won't say consequential orders, no ever count. Okay, based on the Macantino, CC are way more. And because I say time the issue on whether MPP for one forming majority caucus, the speaker ruled, and no man here clear say based on the ruling way more and I thought say after the decision go bit mama consequential orders but I say one man a man for be na extrapolation need deductions near they say MPP for a lose so and so seat now almost city beka 135 now NDC for city beka 136 there then it stands to reason logically says and this one for me
Ojasa kwani to home Supreme Court because clearly if 4 seats are vacant there obi what next
yes
and I mean business into Ojasa to call it to say okay maybe the meet makako do an some papers say yeah kasa idea me hwe ehye mu dia any me the electoral commission for any dia. Nipa mako 9 way per the electoral commission for even though parties in na me hwe ye mra she bi joma ye hye ya meti maka se mako nya ato nti ye nko ya
because speaker amasa ruling I open a man for making deductions no so your party are be affected by the ruling you can and you want to stay the execution of that order now you go to court yes in the matters here I think Afenyoma file
stay
a process at the Supreme Court. I don't know if a one route but I've heard some lawyers argue say probably the easiest route would have been going through the High Court because I will share Article 33 of the Constitution a case where a person alleges that a provision of this Constitution on the fundamental human rights and freedoms has been or is likely to be contravened in relation to him, then without prejudice to any other action that is lawfully available, that person may apply to the High Court for redress. And it is a border on a fundamental human right, individual.
As own I see
individual yes vacant, because we say we see now you declare vacant no about with loss of some privileges I was saying you lose all of that and the one na sad and affect the Constitution now kinds of High Court because a human right and then you file but when I was say individual MPs in a file separate applications at the ECO you can file in the 2 now 33 2 I said the High Court may under clause 1 of this article issue such directions or orders or writ including writ or orders in the nature of habeas corpus certiorari now the quasi decision of in this case the Speaker of Parliament mandamus prohibition co-warrant and I think the individual MPs and I've heard lawyers make that argument say umbetima ko High Court na under maybe certiorari to quash the decision of the your friends the Speaker of Parliament and also stay the execution of that order. You know what my SR 2 applications and the High Court is seized with all the powers to so determine. If you can use the route of the Supreme Court, said Afenyomu used to be because okay, no betimi ache High Court no an easier route and call human right because one, you're the friend the principles of natural justice.
Okay.
Or man, 2 main principles. And you can't say have you given the person a fair hearing?
A fair hearing.
Yes. Or the alternative. Yes. And I don't know a draw inspiration from the Bible. Time Adam ni Eve edie but Nyankopon bai on say no nim say omodi but still on more opportunity to explain themselves. But anko bet my exact the judgment
somebody
but more opportunity say a day na maye and then they explained themselves. In the honors natural justice principle ni ifri ebai say manipa opportunity in this case does the Hansard of Parliament capture said the MPs involved were they given the opportunity to be heard? If no, then they can go under a breach of that principle of natural justice. And then the judicial review, the court would quash.
But why do you want to go through that process when you one kasa wotu and more go through a process of filing as an independent one kasa umbra no
and fa woni boni bia medi medi I have to be heard. I have to be able to be heard and fa woni boni wedi.
Okay, so that's the basis.
A natural justice principle. You have to be heard. Say your opportunity na one kasa and the opportunity was given you. But if you were not given opportunity at all, you have to.
So again, Musa, Ghana's parliament, what has changed?
A lot has changed. If the order is giving effect,
what has changed before the conditional clause will come in? What has changed? Has the status quo changed in terms of majority minority as it stands now? Or
as it stands now, yemma any order of stay to stay the Speaker's directive, then I think changes aba until there is an order and to stay the execution of the Speaker's order. If there is that order today, then the way say ABR individual MPs involved at High Court. Now the High Court a quasi decision of the Speaker now. Then those individual MPs can go back to Parliament.
Was the Speaker emphatic on based on the 4 seats now vacant, 1 NDC, 3 MPP, no, henceforth, no.
One must enter because one must have consequential orders, no, in his ruling.
Okay. So what hanging in the air? And I'm saying, what has changed? Is this still the status quo, or per what he has just said, no? Any minority which must shift, because say yeah, majority. Won't call it baby, no. Baby.
Yeah, minority have the right based on the speaker's ruling. Based on speaker's ruling, the Umbeti Makasa say, based on what we've heard from the speaker, then koha. Enter make us until say Obiako court, I'm a court na stay execution of speaker no decision there. Unfortunately.
Okay, so now let's come.
Unfortunately, your friend is saying, and as a fortunately or unfortunately,
based on where you are standing. No?
Yes, Honorable Dr. Kesel Atoforsen would be the leader of the.
So what change in governance? The governance system when we have a majority leader from opposition, and what changes?
And we would wish say from January 6th, 2021.
Maybe we would have wished.
And now say a even hang, you know. Now man for any agent. It imagine say a started sana and this na one majority and a MPP na a cry executive. I can chroma bed. But no some
I bet several the Ghana interest or a bed for the partisan interest.
Ideally,
what has this hang parliament taught us lessons? So if you are looking at it from that angle, clearly
no, I get you. Ideally, no, when your situation be sir, it was a boy of mine, but as to say extreme partisan interest, no, however my or mine benefit from having that kind of arrangement, say. Opposition a control parliament and ruling party no control executive. It would have been an interesting way, but as to say extreme partisan way
so those 4 honorable members, no, they've lost their ex-gratia, is that correct?
You
didn't complete your
decision you hold it there.
They've lost it. They've lost it.
Yeah.
4 years the OD confusion is that correct?
Not in any else.
No, me such as say, on say, omo mu ye mrano. E hono de me de chere say, an kanipa bebre ebe cross the carpet easily within that sector no.
Yes.
Kanipa bebre cross the carpet. But that's what I'm saying. It should tell you the mindset people take to pretend as if say they are coming to serve the country called Ghana.
Okay, but I've just been where say they will get more as gratia up until. So I'm your calculation up until ENRA. That's if the decision should stand.
But you didn't complete your you came on the ticket of NDC and MPP.
Yes. Yes.
Now let me put it on a normal and not chairman. When room send me a MPP.
Yes.
Into one documents are bank de ebo do si carry bibia no is on as MPP. And they also we are independent.
Okay, based on that argument, based on that, if it should hold, and nuntina na yekase, when such decisions come, it is without prejudice to be waye as MP. Anyas
take effect.
Anyas hadia anka vote na akoso parliament as MPs. When you go with that interpretation, it will be absurd.
Okay, so you better create a
time decision.
Okay, say they do their
yeah. So momu de ne nte say the see wo Ayawaso West were gone, where there was a parliamentary election petition which ran for 4 years.
Not more guy, no.
The final year of the term. And a court way back. But no. What the court said, say, the record of him being an MP should be expunged. In the local parliamentary record, any home person will be MP that. Habibi said you cannot benefit. You can't benefit.
Oh, didi kakra, so didi kakra koi.
Oh, so
so it'll be interesting times ahead. Maybe the best
interesting times ahead.
Patch a chitai phone in and say, Ebasia, Ayana, enya addition only for a year only issue. A addition for yina as on my addition.
Sure.
Titu are political activists.
Sure.
Say every biana ye to anamumbiano, and ne utu anamo and na. A china china. And now opposition now can see a china because you can be a potential government in power. Say now power now she said maybe and as to you're careful because you could be in opposition. It is normal be a year, say yes, several the bigger picture, the national picture, the Ghana picture now. So we will not have any cause to be fighting or to because greed na dia be do. The cost a greed.
Yeah.
Then I'm trying to catch up about my position on the so-called independent political party.
And I want to say, and then I mean who say na Aguna Swedro.
Yeah.
Honorable Cynthia Mamile Morrison. Apparently, on prime minister, on no chart. Now we are aware. And then I mean to say no crown a bar last. I thought on the second.
Well, me all these active players now, apart from Kwacho, me personal friend.
Yes.
We have arrived here as a country, almost creating room for this chaotic, avoidable situation because of greed.
Would it necessarily be greed?
Of course, no be. In your greed is or but who party ni? Who come for us about obey and Brazil beginning?
Also, we need prime minister.
Who we need saying? Who said they will lose here? No,
they will lose here. No,
if you say. Who say me and Chrome this year? Frida Prempe. Frida Prempe.
Yes.
If you say no. Well, lose no turn or stick quack no cosa. Any double say well lose. So who will be out among your semasik mamika biasia. Ya wo kwanya ye di enoma bebre fa so party mo. It's only NDC ni na wa kwaba. That's aba no a church yawa.
Yes.
You learn your lessons and you come back and try and see which message we need abani bima. Who MPP niya and kase obi aye obukata. Now abana kwaya no. Who told you say man on your it's all say when Nanadu said the court akano many Mijitumba many omunyadweno no any the solution when the NDC led by John Mahama amuka say oh dear see there na me anim enye is ebekoko who say eyo omudiana they had all other means to make the country unstable and then John Dramani Mama also contested this or destabilizing this country. Aga Obama Johnson or West Obey potential president. It's only MP. Wako Bako Mienu. The argument about first time MPs in Kwame and contest and another argument altogether. But I agreed that all these things now I will do this paper so. Mister now over transfer you say Japadiana.
And I mean put here.
Over transfer as an MP.
Say
Japadiana.
Go through a process into offer.
So I say na parties national. Omunya firm and strong. Because John Wedu, when he insisted, went to Fomena to go and spew all party positions against the second deputy speaker. The party for there's no discipline. There's no discipline. So man can say discipline. Parties need discipline that. Obi the num to a catches and make content kono. Mumanu kono baby. Some of my shebem kramusa insist. The person should rather need you because or an individual. Me who's ye teach Ghana because your interest na dey adwuma say no. I say bibia o. Hwesu hwe mami mamle o se hwan. Hwe o adan na aduboy mo so nka sen. Tony Edu so nka sen. Alaji dish mama mo so nka sen. The Rocha Bucha for so nka sen. Amo nka sen. Dear role nkwan we plama MPP and NDC say they been see that here. Oh they won no they also until one say. Even when the party is talking to you guys until one say both MPP and NDC they are now pay. And I'm happy that these parties they stood their grounds. On the matter of Kwachaka, they stood their grounds. It doesn't matter how unfair they have treated Kwachaka. I'm happy the MPP also stood their grounds. Let's start telling ourselves because when you want a public office, there should be a certain level of self-restraint, discipline, and avoid loose conversations.
Yeah. And when you decide to join a political party, there are rules of engagement.
Complete. Obi anyone who don't know, me multimedia. Meant me because only 100% how they are treating me. But how do you go on air and go and talk anything about multimedia? Why do you do that?
Yeah.
Oh, Obi or who independent? What threaten a co bebrea? Say be no be kakra for say or be minister. Now only penny na acquiring the big ministers. Why do we move it? And I say, and you greeder. If you love your party, if you love Ghana, if you are a genuine person, you will not let us get to this point.
And I think it's true, especially when you took part in the primaries. You never complained about the process. What the process nature corporate
What is this?
What
is this?
And I simply can't.
What is this? What could don't go? From the beginning. I don't know. You come and take advantage of us, abuse us, and now pretend as if you are the Messiah of Suhum, and I say, hey, baby, I can't, I'm gonna and I say, whatever. You have abused us. You take advantage of us. Let's tell them at their faces. Ghana needs to move forward. It's not in those things that we are thinking about. From both sides. If I tell you behind the scenes conversation of these young guys, the issue is just amassing wealth. Both sides. Vision for the country is minimal. Obia person kati corner. AC diabe 20. Talkers be 100. You understand what life is? Unye Japadie nyina. Koso. For are you committed to this to the service of this country? Those people are relegated to the background.
And sometimes, no, because they be the example of Kofi Adams.
Kofi Adams.
Kofi Adams no
on Belgium
mafia be
no must treat Kofi Adams
but onya abotre no
hwe ye nipa oba party NDC yeah justice a justice there gra justice then justice yebo on fa no ni justice yebo
oye kum
me say obi akra me say that day no on president kwazo mu ni I was shocked on draw my attention say Nigeria justice yebo dem free na me by what obi e feel no na me say come here Esiaga justice yebo
but oye kum
very quiet
oye kum share MPP former general secretary
John Bodu
Kwabena Japan
yeah na me catch you he's too much of an example too much of an example na kwa ya first say sum me am chairman he to baby MPP papa dey say afoko ya pian say jata afa no onu ase oyesebo. Who told you that it's a smooth game when you enter into associations and then all those things? Who told you that? Who told you that? More respecting the parties and the conduits are national prominence.
Because
respect it.
Now, how do you even think say ube two obi? Now ube 2 hours want to.
Now soon you want go to
a big wig like Oparian.
Go to no. Now we only kasa baby I said, you never served any interest that was national or a party interest. You came to serve your interest. Now what be we now? Who adubuan no kra no? Sebi when na Korean no kra fa the 20s adubuan. And now called Drabia. They start to this one on my car park BSO at 3x4. Who kra do be did there? Who nim dey pa brɛ o? Alaji kojo mama, no touchy man.
Yeah.
Be a brave and bronga half. Alaji kojo mama.
Okay.
Nyame fa the currency. Party will go up and down, sir. Quine, Quanisha Accra Road. I never know do NDC. Do you know that people have laid down their lives and sacrificed for NDC? Do you have an idea? Do you have an idea? Oh, latter day sent for mo buy mo bibia mo say mo sacrificial job as every 1 second you want say mo no ye hwa mo say be you too for. We are joy.
Remember Evans. The latest application. Okay.
Yeah, granted injunction.
Oh, it's been granted.
I mean, kind show, Niger.
My granted said, we are joy for the
Yeah, but I think, okay, in the area, no, I think MPP will issue statement from the General Secretary, but I think Supreme Court
in Asante or court. Say the 5-member Supreme Court panel presided over by Chief Justice.
The Chief Justice herself. Okay.
I mean, kind. I stayed the execution of the ruling of Speaker of Parliament, declaring 4 seats vacant, pending determination of the substantive suit. Parliament directed to recognize and allow the 4 MPs to duly represent their constituencies.
Until the determination of the and conduct business in Parliament.
And conduct the duties of their office.
Okay.
No.
And that's the breaking news from Parliament, from Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said, or the substantive application now
one more clarification. Say, this order is not to last for 10 days as requested by the applicants, but until the determination.
In the interlocutory injunction. It is 10 days near interim injunction. And I think that is what the applicants not filed. But Supreme Court we are calling you into and your man the American say the Supreme Court per this decision. Say Afenyo file a substantive application before the Supreme Court. Say, invoking the interpretative jurisdiction of the court to interpret 97(1) is answer same thing na. And was file an application to injunct Speaker ruling na. What time na all file first one na Speaker man ruling. In the Speaker man ruling and run and our file fresh processes to seek to injunct Speaker ruling the court not genuatum says Speaker what ruling say 4 seats have been declared vacant by the tabua ayede atosa ruling. So until say substantive case na fenyo de ba ye beka ewie no MPs now can so ma vacate your seat no or sign
so it's not vacant.
Enye vacant the Supreme Court
for how many days
and then until so maka substantive issue na wie.
But that is also not fair.
Supreme Court has
Supreme Court.
Oh, say me chema jini wechi. Me case omo nkasa. But the me say until the determination
issue, the MPs will still go to Parliament and do that.
But Parliament na how many days?
And they say emfa ho.
No dey me masem.
Dabi no emfa ho. Supreme Court e dey omu decision aba. Enti we can listen to what Speaker and so. And I believe say at the hearing of this application the Parliament of Ghana had almost council on making argument.
Can the Supreme Court injunct Parliament in its duties?
That's also a whole new. But
if it doesn't bother
because what the Speaker did was an exercise of his constitutional powers
as Speaker of
Parliament. Yes. Can another arm of government, as in the judiciary?
But no. I think the answer to that question is in Justice Abdullahi versus Attorney General. The Supreme Court
Parliament
comprehensively dealt with that. So when what the Parliament has done, border on the Constitution, then our morte.
But say
Abdullahi versus Attorney General deals with that.
Maybe the working country maybe say matters on interpretation there. You cannot take out the Supreme Court.
Oh, of course.
So clearly.
But Evans's question is legitimate because
you cannot interfere in the affairs of Parliament when there is no need for interpretation. There are rules and regulations there. So clearly so.
In way no.
When the almost have them. Say yes, we no. Omo veer off the road because omo veer off kakrebia current interpretation. There wouldn't have been any need for all these Supreme Court interventions and all those things.
And let's see. I don't know when a Supreme Court better substantive issue. So, I don't know. Critical now. I don't know when a Supreme Court better.
I was saying myself. Na can na or three obedi na you kwa na. Because ombe jaw mama ko back da.
Or say any from any quad sitting.
No, because Parliament be pound
I don't know. I think it's in the by
November
7th. Oh, it should be first or second week of November.
No,
Parliament will rise.
And so
to prepare for elections, no? And then after elections, no, January 6th. By January 6th, will be a new Parliament.
But last time you say this, Nyoma
titiru. Yeah. Now this here say some Supreme Court justice nominees were vetted. I was said parliamentary approval, and some loan will be before Parliament. Okay, Kwekwa Santiaba, Kweku. Oh, now Kwekun so ntimi nyina so wana ne line enye.
Why shit?
Why shit? I get it.
Why shit? Because who share videos now?
Yeah.
MP for no move jubilate.
Parliament. Supreme Court.
Supreme Court.
There was a jubilation here. There's no jubilation.
But it can happen, sir.
No, there's absolutely, even with what you guys are saying. Yeah. Court it's not here. So there's no jubilation. Maybe a addition for all of us practicing this kind of business.
Why am I call Supreme Court? No.
MPBM business.
And where you from the Supreme Court?
Supreme Court.
Hey. Oh wow.
More video.
Okay.
Evans, forward the video.
Now then this is from
forward man Dominic na. Okay, Kweku Asante. Kweku.
Hello, yes.
Yes, Otemenka.
So what has just happened in the Supreme Court is that the Supreme Court presided over by Chief Justice Gertrude Sokono 5-0 unanimously. They have decided to stay the decision of the Chief of Parliament declaring forces vacant. The court said real issues of natural justice, as in these 4 MPs, were all not even a fair hearing, were not yet, and so the matter also has to do with representation. They have been to represent their constituents, also not taking cognizance of. And see, even though the lawyers for Alexander Afenyo-Markin asked for an interim injunction of 10 days, the Supreme Court, in their wisdom, panel chaired over by the Chief Justice herself, decided to grant the injunction until the full determination of the suit. And so what they have done now is to restore the status quo. That is, all those 4 members of Parliament have been directed to actually allow them to perform their duties as members of Parliament until the full determination of this suit. The case was made by Afenyo-Markin and his lawyers, led by Pakwesi Abedu and Jogate Aomuba Court in there, to make the case that these are serious issues, that they do not believe the Speaker of Parliament had the power to act the way he purported to have acted. And the Supreme Court has largely agreed with them, so much so that they have given them more than they requested for. They requested for 10 days interim injunction. Court now granted the injunction up until the full determination, but they have made some consequential orders that the Speaker of Parliament and the Attorney General must file their statement of case in 7 days. On the filing of the statement of case in 7 days, all the parties should have to find a joint memorandum in 7 days so that the matter will be expeditiously delivered.
What it now means, say, MPs, were all the 4 MPs not present at the Supreme Court?
No, they were not. In fact, this action was not started in their name. Afenyo-Markin filed this action as a citizen of Ghana.
As a citizen of Ghana, okay.
About a breach of the Constitution.
Of the Constitution, that's fine.
In his words, allegation.
That's
fine. So that is what he came to court to do. The court has granted that, and the court has directed Speaker of Parliament and Parliament as an institution to allow these 4 MPs to do their work, because the Supreme Court also did what they call the balance of probabilities, to say that ultimately, if this case is decided and it ends up in the favor of the Parliament of Ghana and the Speaker's ruling, the Speaker can just go ahead and enforce the ruling.
Yeah.
But if it goes against the Parliament of Ghana, by which time these members would have been denied the right and opportunity to represent their constituents, that will be irreparable damage, for which reason they balance the probabilities and have granted an injunction.
A balance of convenience. Balance of convenience. Yeah. Okay. But that's okay. What it means, they say, and I don't know, was the Parliament of Ghana represented by a council?
No, this was an ex parte application.
Ex parte,
which means
okay.
that it is only the lawyers for the applicants who were heard in court, and that is why they actually asked for 10 days, because the normal learning is that ex parte injunction of this sort only subsists for 10 days, after which you come for a repeat on notice.
Mm-hmm.
But the court, in its own wisdom, decided that this is a very important matter, for which reason they have granted it up until the end of this case, and the full determination is done.
Video now was sending lawyer Jogate in the full robe. I'm not representing Afenyo-Markin.
He was part of the legal team. He did not make any arguments in court, but he was seated right beside Pakwesi Abedu, the same lawyer that is representing Richard Alaska in the anti-LGBTQ case. But he was here as part of the legal team, but did not make any representation in court today.
Very well. Kweku, my nasi bibiania, yebesia ba bidin komo bi. Kweku Asante, ene yetene nka, reporting live from the Supreme Court. So hope say pictures and as the videos from the Supreme Court and Oba Asempa FM, ye in live stream on YouTube, especially and Facebook and so ubehu videos where ye fresh videos from the Supreme Court are MPs no led by Honorable Alexander Kwame Afenyo-Markin, who is actually the plaintiff in this particular pursuit no air bar MPs ni nyina edi nachi uhu enti MPs no no oba obehu videos no of how Neoma AC echo enti Evans Mensah how head of the political desk or Joy News. Evans, yes, I'm on for Kabo officially me ma as Asempa. Charlie. But it's interesting. I mean, how things can change with this speed. I don't know if this would bring about a constitutional crisis in our country. How Parliament will react. Especially the speaker, how he would react to this particular issue, no?
Yeah, because Parliament will reconvene on Tuesday.
Oh, they reconvene on Tuesday. Okay.
They adjourned yesterday to Tuesday.
Yes.
And they advertised business from when they were going on the break. And they said, Omoba, Omoba elected second deputy speaker.
Yes.
Not just say and they say mano, nan come replace on Tuesday.
Yes.
Now almost started the process to reconstitute the committees.
Okay.
So on the back of this, no, then so status quo. My fellow market is back to be majority leader. But you can expect a speaker would like to have a say.
A say on
definitely. For me, the big issue they say, what say would he have?
What would he say?
When
on Tuesday.
On Tuesday.
Yeah.
Okay, you're training now, swim coin training for their determination. Okay, sir. I think you can file I don't know.
Yes.
You took that school of thought, sir. Once the process has been commenced, it's a stay. It acts as a stay.
Yeah.
So,
yes.
And I speak a disregard there.
Because even amongst legal or not say senior lawyers, no, there is still a debate on that. Whether the mere filing of an application automatically act as a stay. There is a huge debate on that. There have been cases from the Supreme Court, some from the Court of Appeal, disagree. There is no common position even on that. And that's why I think Afenyo was advised to then file the injunction application proper. You understand? Rather than relying on you filing that substantive application for that application to act as a stay, then let me now go and file the injunction application.
And then the second
proper.
question now may be fair.
Yeah.
Can the court injunct Parliament in the exercise of its constitutional powers?
That's a whole big way. It's a whole big,
for me, where Speaker stands on that question would really determine whether we're going to have a constitutional crisis or we're just going to wait for the Supreme Court to determine.
But you can also look at it from the angle, say, can the court overturn something done by Parliament?
Exactly. That's a political question.
Political question. But which was done in the case of Justice Abdullahi and the Attorney General on the quorum issue and whether the budget was approved or not approved.
Interesting.
You remember?
And then let me take Professor Buchi.
Yes.
Now, Kasha, there's a 40-year jurisprudence where the courts have refused.
Yes.
To interfere in the affairs of Parliament.
But when you read Abdullahi as Attorney General extensively, Justice Yoni Kolendi gave a very interesting ruling. Emma saw historical antecedents when we were a parliamentary democracy to when we are now a constitutional democracy and the effect of each. You know, it's a I think it's a ruling, a judgment. It was any a kind. Very interesting next few days, especially on Tuesday, what the Speaker of Parliament would say, and also what the Constitution says about a ruling of the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
And when you fail to, and I say you disregard a ruling of the Supreme Court, the consequences thereof, and also Constitution.
And that's an interesting one too.
Yeah.
Because for a speaker who is number 3.
Yes.
So number 4
is
stopping number 2, number 3.
But you know, sir, even the ruling of a Supreme Court, the number 1 cannot even disregard it. Because the number 1, if you disregard,
it's ground for impeachment.
Grounds for impeachment.
So it applies to number 3.
Number 3 as well. It's a very interesting next few days. Yeah. But I think again in Sono, Yama buy because of an issue. I was following this and I'm like, because I heard Honorable Afenyo Markin speak about say you're treating unfairly. I don't know what's really the issue.
Mr. Mintiasia, up until last few minutes, Supreme Court I injuncted process. I injuncted the execution of the Speaker's ruling.
Yes.
For all intents and purposes, the Speaker's ruling was the law in Parliament.
Of course. And that's what I told on my hand. He said until that order was stayed, it was a law in Parliament.
In fact, that's why Afenyo Man can call Supreme Court.
Absolutely.
The mere first of Supreme Court is an admission.
Yes.
Say
one coin junctia, it will work.
It will work.
Yeah.
And now speak a way pay. Over KT 3 seats ma MPP, 1 seat ma NDC na NPP 4 numbers number 135.
Yes.
And MPP numbers number NDC bar 136 na MPP the bar 135 na pair. MPP be minority.
Yes.
And NDC majority.
Majority, sure.
Afenyo Man can be minority leader.
Yes.
And case that force and be majority leader.
So we hear deduction from the ruling and its effect.
Effect.
Yes.
Sanity here. And on air no, all reports no, of course, Obeka and reports say the implications of this no. One of it is that Afenyo Man
is now minority leader.
And also on Tiasia. Na my kasa.
Oh, okay.
Say ni side na minority. Or no I
minority
leader. In the booth say kasa. And the all accusers say mischievous, you know, diabolical,
really?
Oh, yes, sir, I don't pay. I'll say misinformation. I say, but this is very wrong. I find market is very, very wrong because or a lawyer.
Yes.
2020 time now speak okay. A year the ruling against Formula MP.
Yes.
So that time the implications wasn't significant.
Yes.
Why? Because now MPP numbers huge. Sure. But if we had the same almost close numbers at the point
yes,
that would have had the same impact.
Sure.
That stood. And we dealt with it on a factual basis. Once we can rule, the implications you have to bear it. And indeed, Formula MP could not go to Parliament until after the elections. Independent.
Yeah.
And I think it's just wrong to say after the Speaker had ruled and you decided to go and challenge, in the interim, don't acknowledge the implication of the ruling as a journalist. In fact, as a journalist, you'll be unprofessional.
Sure.
Because that will be reporting not the fact, but what you believe should have been.
Yeah.
You are enjoined to report the fact. The fact is say the Speaker has ruled, and
which ruling has so and so effect.
Makes him the minority leader, and of course, if indeed his side decides that although that has changed, we are keeping you as he is, in minority leader. That's all. And then on the both say my enka. Let me tell you, let me say, but of course, let me tell you because if you imagine or not, it is under his watch that this has happened.
Yeah.
Now he scored a victory at the Supreme Court.
Of course.
Right? He scored a but in the last 24 hours, in that intervening period, he was a minority leader.
Yeah.
His side was in the minority.
Based on the ruling
of the speaker. Now he is returned to what he used. The status quo has been restored, which is that the Supreme Court say stay.
Yeah.
She see it. So she see it. Can whatever used to be there before the Speaker's ruling is what will maintain now.
Sure.
Ain't my friend is here. Alex and Afenyo Man.
Yeah, you are going back to majority leader.
And your friend I say, until 15 minutes ago was there. And I think none the Charlie, then the buff.
Oh, it was so Onyabotre.
But because you're a lawyer, no, so.
Yeah, we're on air.
No, internet or starting and they almost press conference no. Quick Asante Bisa and a question. Or introducing
from Joy.
From Joy to mischievous now, agenda against him. Now misinformation. Now if I name misinformation, are you saying that we shouldn't report the fact? Yeah. The fact is the fact. And I'll be very surprised if there's any journalist in this country that didn't report that fact. You cannot report the Speaker's ruling without the implications of that. In fact, the implications is why it is such a significant seminal ruling. If there was no implication, that's why many people have been forgotten about the 2020 ruling. Because it had no effect. Yeah. Really. It didn't have any effect. Because the minority side, their numbers were so tiny, it didn't mean anything. Until January 7th. Okay. And it came into play. And a year very significant, you know.
Or become MPP from 138.
Exactly. And a whole number a significant. But now it's significant. So you cannot factually reporting what the speaker had done without reporting that. And when you have the leader of the majority at the time on the line, you will have to put it to him. That one of the cases is that exactly. But say my fan no don't put that to him. And he took the thing from yesterday because no kasai. And on the bar and then he took that issue with us and then he ran us down. That was really unfair.
That was very
he actually owes us an apology. Because on the back of what has happened right now, it actually justifies the point that we're making.
And from now, if we are to call him again, based on the Supreme Court decision, we'll refer to him as majority.
If the speaker comes on Tuesday and then decides to give another ruling to say that question that we are asking, can the Supreme Court injunct Parliament? And then there will be constitutional crisis.
Sure.
At which point, I can't say he isn't a minority or majority leader. I would
probably refer to him as MP for a football.
Or the MPP group. Now I'm seeing people using that. The leader of the MPP group and the leader of the. Okay, we had that issue.
After the speaker ruled.
Exactly. After they hung Parliament, I don't know. Exactly. Because now, if the speaker comes and does that will be. Say, we will have somebody who understands that in the studio to tell us. But that will be interesting.
It's true.
But basically, that's the issue.
I think Honorable Afenyo should exercise restraint. I mean, this. He could probably have handled this well. He
probably cried the way very charitable. He was wrong. He was 100% wrong. And he knows he's wrong. I think in his head he was just trying, of course. I understand. Say I didn't know. I mean, 50 dadays on election. You see, you forget.
Sorry, I'm a call Parliament as majority leader.
Now we follow you a minority leader. Hey, now only your party form. Okay, you see, we need to understand. 50 days on election.
Yes.
His seat is on the line. The people in his constituency, those who are trying to undermine him will go and say, now Nepal majority, we're leading you out into minority. Until when you get him on the line, of course you expect him, but you still have to be reasonable. You do not attack the young man, and attack him and call him names and call his media house names. Meanwhile, opportunity. Say explain the position. And that's what a fair media house will do. And yes, I know obey.
Sure. And we actually called him, gave him that opportunity
to speak. And we have been very fair to him, but he's been very unfair to us in making the point and
characterizations
of the thing about calling us mischievous and we have an agenda and misinformation. Misinformation being there. Wow. Because we reported the facts. That's all we did. He cannot stop us from reporting the facts. And we report the facts as the Supreme Court has declared now.
Fred Agbenyon says...
Who's facts?
Hey, please. Fred Agbenyon says, Obi, I guess the people of Sal are not human beings and Ghanaians. Justice indeed. Has the Supreme Court got powers to injunct the Speaker and Parliament from doing its work? Fred Agbenyon. And you remember the Sal issue, Evans? Still hanging, but of course, I mean, Siciano, they would vote in the next elections because two parties in a candidate or ECR acknowledges say one of the constituencies are election because in 2024. And very, very interesting stuff. Mamina Evans and then Honorable Freddie Wasime Wuble a lot to talk about. I mean, in the midst of what is happening,
the right man to talk to.
He's occupied the position of the first deputy speaker in Ghana's parliament before. MP himself, an MP for Elembele, Oko Elembele, and Efreno Elembele Mugabe. Oye brutal. Enti yebebani ababe di hon enkomo. Ma yenko tie we emra yeba Honorable Freddie Blay atenase. Yene no ehase edi nkomo. Stay with us yebesisia.
Reliable, check. Comfort, check. Strong, check. Tough, check. Tried and tested, check. Affordable, check. Comes in so many colors and sizes, check. Suitable for domestic and industrial use, check. Choose quality, choose Syntex Tank. Available nationwide and comes with 7-year warranty. And remember, Syntex Tank is a caring brand too. Syntex Tank, a strong, a tough.
Ecobank Mobile, they make me say, Ecobank Mobile, they make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy, download it. You go enjoy it. Even chest tights with the apple. Ecobank apple.
Life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know, it's 5-star life with Ecobank. Kim promise.
Hello Ghana, your favorite radio stations are back on TuneIn. Joy FM, Love FM, Adum FM, Asempa FM, and Ensure FM. All your beloved multimedia group brands are now back on TuneIn. Wherever you are, we've got you covered. Yes, Joy FM, Love FM, Adum FM, Asempa FM, and Ensure FM are back on TuneIn. So tune in to the best of news, music, sport, and entertainment from Ghana's top stations anytime, anywhere on TuneIn. Go to the App Store or Google Play Store to download TuneIn and listen to Joy FM, Love FM, Adum FM, Asempa FM, or Ensure FM to stay connected and entertained.
What's it? My show with my home back. Oh, Papa Tofu, never so being here scan. Now, only as coming here, Mama Mrs. Yen, I come to Musa. My way so far, so I never know. And one was say, Mono, which me the Bushenia, only 74 years. Ever come home. Said about Asem 2 said Asem 2 me, we need to account with them. Sikefia, Michano Busu Biano, a sofa so no. Before my pet, you know, mobile memoir, and it's so be a bomb about you. Maybe dinner, a year and for so.
Monsieur Wakai said, Ora Boating. So I'm funny, Papa, I share my way insurance no more. And come for to do when you I said, I bring me obey my way insurance no. What do boost your name up Pabako ever sheso? Everything I will hear Ukunu, Uma me, O Papa, Unia, and now ba, Nipper be our dinner back on or send upon one tiashi. File phone, net dial is star 165 hash. I will empty and so see ya. Send you my way, cause say no way.
Minianum Ghana for MPP Amanyoku a wɔba bedi ntwo w'abatoa yi mu ɛnam na wɔdi trɔ sɛ John Dramani Mahama ɛne NDC ba wɔbɛtwa free SHS mu ɛnyɛ nokorɛ da nokorɛ ne sɛ John Mahama a wɔhyɛ progressively free SHS ase no wɔse wɔba a ɔbɛyɛ free SHS ne yie deɛ ɔbɛyɛ ne sɛ ɔbɛyi double track no afiri hɔ afei so wɔde yankrankran to aso sukuu ɛbɛba abɛka free SHS no ho ɛbɛsuafo no nnuane die mu nso a ɔso ɔbɛyɛ ne yie na atete yɛ ɔmo kɔm yi afiri hɔ momiɛntie mfiri John Dramani Mahama ankasa hɔ.
I wish to state emphatically that free senior high school education has come to stay. If anybody tells you that I, John Dramani Mahama, son of E.A. Mahama, will abolish free SHS when I come, tell the person he is a bloody liar. What I'm against is the poor implementation of the free SHS, which is creating great inconvenience for the parents, for the students, and for the teachers. And the point I've made is that we can implement it better so that we can bring a quick end to the double track system. We want our children to go to school at the same time and all vacate at the same time. If this government had followed our plan of continuing with the 200 new senior secondary schools that we're building, we won't have the current situation that we have in our free SHS plan.
Etionia, Yashaye, or MPP Troyo, Tuabama Sakai Papa, Tuabama John Mahama.
Tontonte yanum nsane e fadwen ne e fadwen mpa say na nim say brebi beba ama tonti na 74 upa ye ne simple T74 abeye aduro tonti na 74 ana T74 asa twe yadwene asina nanom dodo so say de na dodo bua ma na nanom enyare basabasa no saa na tonti na 74 ana T74 ebo anipadua no e mo immune support enti obi onum bie no abrebia ne ho denden tonti na 74 yi nso ya ye no say nsuo krokro wa kama enti baabi a wonam bia wobetimi de wade akọ samene wo a ankefi na ekroyi eda no nkọ na wie ye wa bra mennom T74 samennom tonti na 74 a menya hoɔden mennom ne da bia T74 yi eye hahama ene ye de aye na DHC ena aframa na ye kama saa no T74 ahoɔden ne apomuden ko a T74 yi enye ma oba wa fa afuro ana obi a ɔma nufoɔ ana se obi a onya mfie dumienu eto phone 050-162-8931 and a 0246-073-498 FDA agi adwadie nkratu
1xbet any so who can with the book game. If you ever say a dawase, cause you try bet for your chain. Then your 1x free bet. Now what you tell their air kwama for promo code GH free for sign up 1xbet.com.gh so. Then your 300% aquaba bonus. Bet the correct score no every Tuesday, kwasi Monday. Then your guaranteed free bet. Any pam and dibi dada. Can one now for no more. Then your kunim pia when ni JB. 1x free bet so. Gambling when you're true. Into channel washe you. And your man wanna win if you don't watch it. Gaming commission agent krato yatum.
Hello, spare driver. OSN sales nana.
Oh, boss, me de car na kopimo.
Hey, what the car to me so?
Boss, na 1 year insurance.
Charlie, menyam ranko you. Na wose me ko efuom.
Ubetumi aye insurance we fumu ho.
Na face o se me san ko market.
Ka ubetumi aye insurance no wo market ho.
Na wose me san so no aduane ma me yire o.
Boss, kitchen wa na ubetumi aye insurance ho.
Ah, na me da ye.
And one is a be send WhatsApp akoma obaya wo 0242-426-396. Now for Provident Insurance so aboa wa car insurance ama wo WhatsApp so. Bebiara wo bia.
Enti bebia.
Bebia. Say ubetumi aye wo car insurance bebia ni abrebia wo WhatsApp so. Send a message koma obaya wo 0242-426-396 and ya.
Providence dear, man you're covered.
Imagine having access to top-notch educational resources, no matter your grade of school or location in Ghana. With the Ghana Knowledge and Skills Bank, you can tap into a vast library of resources, even in offline mode. From primary all the way to tertiary education, we've got you covered. As a student, you have access to past questions from 1990 to date for BEC, WASI, and tertiary test examinations. As a teacher or lecturer, you can hold virtual classes for your students and share your lecture notes for their use. As an educator or researcher, you can publish your books or articles for public consumption. And lastly, you have your own studies teacher or AI tutor who is trained to teach you in any subject topic till you fully understand. So whether you're a student, educator, content creator, researcher, or entrepreneur, the Ghana Knowledge and Skills Bank was made just for you. Sign up today at www.gksb.gov.gh. The Ghana Knowledge and Skills Bank, where learning has no limits and the possibilities are endless. This project was financed by the World Bank under the erstwhile e-Transform project at the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization.
Hello, Minisena Army Free Boat a Hobambo Kronimu. Nancy, I know how boat are going to be Aramu. When I will be Kumsuno, your ride insurance team. Aquento Nishasia, they are more riding insurance. Eriko Unifasono, a record audio team. A crowd acquainting who sems to 24 hours. Sebaso here nature. Usho Wichinswa, yen customer support team never hono. One eye crowd to say, one new bebon como demonina. Yang ni bolt a hobambo kuno. Ye can't who bolt a quento biaremo.
Hey, you're the up and coming landlord. Who then yes where you?
Kwame, I don't mean you. Aka roofing and a ceiling. Na me contract and so say. Me feni na enkodan rocksters. Wonso wo kromo pan. Wo dwen ho sen.
Wo contract and wo nimnia ko. Ghana ha de e ba no quality metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard and na POP ceiling dia. Eye rocksters. Enfie bebre ni na rocksters. E di roofing sheet papa ene ho aka de asum Ghana for.
Enka yesi ya no mu die nso ebo.
Eni adufudi achi na nkotwa de bone ne Sundachi. Fre 0544-338041. Say metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard and POP cylinder. Fre rocksters na won chawuntum.
Daddy, I apena me nam kwaso ameba o.
Eh, de la papa che se me de onti me hu jai crowd.
Fa apara ne fatu dot ni sisu ma me. Sesi a meba.
Mate, esi just crowd dada.
Where
Yeah, that's a
gas no song, and as a minister come 40 cities for me.
When I catch us on years, baby, now they are feeling gas. See, I'm putting me a feeling now, but to be soon be out. I'm feeling 20 cities gas cramp.
Sir? Aye. NJ, Coco feel 40 city brand.
Oh, ma.
Come some gin my network now, Kakato, Pinkrumani.
Yammo, Yuma, a Ghana Fonka Diape bro, and Pimu do 10,000 who buy, and free Osei. Nayen to change investment, a pebble $400 million. When you look at economy, coffee with cylinder, LPG stations are a woman you for now, baby. A bonnet dafom, na so be a butum, a monsu da hopi fee, and to wait me don't want to so.
We know we'll survive it. Jah shall wash away all tears.
A bank that supports you, a bank that cares for you. Hand in hand, we stand with you. So lift your head up, big dreams are waiting. We'll walk with you wherever you go. Where all your dreams come alive, CBG will make you smile. We will rise with you. Your business will flourish. Your name will stand out. Consolidated Bank, CBG. We stand with you.
Hey, Lala Didi. Didi Lala. What worry has so dear? Na me dear yemia. Africa Queen Mackerel bonnet juma was the Africa Queen Mackerel leader what's as you win. So the year Jania. A dance tomato sauce ne go on so a year rich. Yes. A piece of war. It's a major in a day strong. And nam no sushi muma. Na me just a nam pankwa. Wow bet see. No bet checking so. Africa Queen Mackerel dear. A great one. Na me say me chokwa men kwai. Na me to be gumwa. Not on any terms so. Honey. Oh papa. Oh you ma. Me jo. Me just say. Jollof, Gary Photo, rice and stew, and piscine gravy dear. Africa Queen Mackerel ni more. Intimate now. Ampa. Africa Queen Mackerel. Shawenum keke. Nam papa no.
Africa Queen. Africa Queen. Shawenum keke.
I'm saying that Ghana must not introduce free SHS on the whimsical promise of a desperate politician. Many mistakes have been made by countries in Africa already with free SHS.
Akufado, minya udeni, uye bwe. Baumia, minya udeni, uye bwe.
Hey, Mami Jemfwa, ne dena ma wani aji area we say.
Minia, se me kaya dia free SHS ayama me ne me ma wo hu. Na me hu ne minya mpo. Esan dia na nado danko Akufado eno Dr. Baumia ayenti. Se wo kaya bra, me kuna no hwe ye nyina efri mu no.
Ane, me kai pa.
Na ni daso nyina sa. Se me de me ma miensa ne nyina be ko school. Ekosiise na nado danko Akufado any Dr. Baumia edi free SHS ebaye. Sisi a me mamiensa coffee esi any kojo any na kosko akese ni bi. Minia na wonim de ya no mo eka. Omo so omo ba omo de nsachaye bebe mo. Ebi mo so omo ba omo be twam. Ebi mo so omo ba omo be ma ofo ni bi atue school fees ni bi.
Hey, omo pese omo yoma de ni bi mo. It is just a wine ntua. Na wine kwa ni free. Omo pese omo ya ye ni bi no. Esi nchen. No mo side omo connection man. Any protocol nsem yi. Esai free SHS papa ya yemba yi koyo.
Anu ti na wose aboy ahomodin bia say. Ye bebo free SHS ho ban. Na ya no mamba mbesai ade papa. Na nado any Dr. Baumia ade abrayen you.
Anya free SHS for ya na mama ne nkofo say anya possible yi. Na nso se say dear.
It is possible. Afiwe, ye two about the above free SHS ho ban. Two mama Dr. Baumia. Number 1 on the ballot.
The luckiest.
Star 712 #
Luck is everywhere, for everyone, yeah. The luckiest.
Star 712 #.
Luck is everywhere, for everyone, yeah.
Doctors,
nurses,
barbers,
drivers,
bouncers,
friends,
teachers,
bankers.
You could be the luckiest. You could be the luckiest.
East, west, north, south,
you could be the luckiest. You could be the luckiest.
Accra to Haga.
Let's go.
The luckiest.
Star 712 #.
Luck is everywhere, for everyone.
the luckiest.
Stars everyone to hush.
Luck is everywhere for everyone, yeah.
Doctors,
Nurses,
barbers,
drivers,
bouncers,
friends,
teachers.
bankers.
Star 712#.
You could be the luckiest.
Me did the acrobato. Me pemasum dienti. And I'm doing kodom. Me bambo life insurance. I free Holland life. And we're here. And my bush penny. And try to my so obiantia 1,000 Ghana cedis. Ni yamfanya or penny a year. Me tiano. I want some cry. Me bambo life insurance. A boy me cover me. I will bra me pra. And I made them. And I say a year to me. Efa a whole canina. Ah, a bit of me 2 Ghana cedis pet. A simple cry.
Anio 2 Ghana cedis pet. Who's who bet me? Wasumdie efa eka oprani ye yode ba ho enu ane se wodo ho be hye me bambo insurance ya the free Holland life wo de bo star 269# e wo tell se one MTN so na dini e beba no achi me say e simple cra nyasumdie wa bra wo ho to so se wo dachi wo bambo pa me bambo insurance ya hye da yama wo
Ona
winni mi din ha ka bienu abewiasa be mentwi bi dawo
emitimi hu na yes seahorse for the new products abedwa so
no kure seahorse radiator coolant 9010 wo ho 367 and 5050 enu ebeyi overheating afri ho de kumi kura ne say radiator coolant no apart from say a control temperature no a san wa additives ya a prevent rusting into tank mu and rusted da afa seahorse add blue ya a control emission
na mi say mu so aye de nene amitwa entwa ye
seahorse add the power steering fluid Abba ebe solve amamo and the gear oil yeah multi-grade and smooth transmission so yeah manual and also automatic or some hydraulic oil HD 68 and a 46. Don't forget to say seahorse engine oil 15W40 20W50 40 and a ATF for a boy engine sound and driving conditions and also a hodada a one from a Bonsu. Seahorse will be beer a high quality.
Now our numbers no so
Ghana have a beer will be out there for 0244 577
559
and a 0540 42 43 86. Seahorse products one
the whole world and
Get ready to be swept away into a modern fairy tale where love, sisterhood, and magic collide.
Place it on your lips and say the magic word.
My Fairy Tale Wedding is the romantic comedy drama you've been waiting for. 3 women, 3 stories, and 1 unforgettable journey. Get ready to love the drama, the twist, and every magical moment in African Magic Showcase. Because every fairy tale needs to be seen.
Asempa FM.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa FM.
94.7 Asempa FM so ne Ekosiise dwumedie no wasogo so a wotie no ma yena mu nyina ase ne yensa ma wakwaba emfa momra Ekosiise so me kind to dwa no yenya the former first deputy speaker in Ghana's parliament, a former MP for the Lembele constituency in the Western region, former national chairman of the NPP, and currently the board chair for GNPC. And a lawyer, a private legal practitioner, a very, 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 very senior at the bar, over 40 years experience in good standing as a lawyer. Yeneno EBD Enkomo, and 9 minutes after 4, me patcho say, oh, I drink show or question be at the manner.
your WhatsApp number no is still very active. Ma memfa entudwa na mu a muni your WhatsApp number no muntimi entro 0548 443 523 0548 443 523 na yentie wonso 0548 443 523, and then I would share your thoughts with the rest of the world. Remember, our show is live on the World Wide Web at myjoyonline.com and adomonline.com. Diagnostic Herbal and the Santina 74 Abejaso. The Omo Kenyan say ope the best support for your general well-being, for the treatment of kidney diseases, liver diseases, high blood pressure, ulcer, Thontina 74, Juma Brutal, men Canada. Na only Diagnostic Herbal Center in Komo 0246 073 498. Na omunshe intimi emwao. Obapa product nso se unyusu bi da ye Africa Queen Mackerel, Obapa sardine, and Obapa tomato paste. Ukudja so abomode se obema wonsa akabiema aduane ye de kama. Ni nyina ye easy to open. Unhia seka na certain katabia enti ubia na wa and I was send a free 0302 66 8357 so opedo to Obapa tomato paste or say wara wo be check na door master chade kese promotion ye nwie yo ye guso den ene okọ na so ye na oto apono Turkey exterior doors ne ba na obeto a ye chew interior door na say bathroom door absolutely for free. Enye no nko auto yen economy doors ni bia and so amount prices ranging from peephole cameras, digital door viewers, intruder alarms, key rings, bags and so much more. You can also get an interior door for free if you purchase up to 10 economy doors. Umpewe na opeden. Door masters, so your branches all over the place. Apno for everything doors. Door masters. Yedini honam esse. Tema Community 25 at the Junction, your branch ACP Estate Junction, Kwabenya, your branch or Pobiman Toll Boot, your branch or Kaswa Tipa Junction, Ashalaja 3rd October, Obeye opposite the Forest Reserve, in Sawem Asafweje, in Sawem overhead behind Kumasi Station, Suhum Fianko near the Islamic Girls Senior High School, Kumasi Ahinsign opposite the China Mall, and Mia Yinano, your branches, Ewoho. Freying and as a send us a WhatsApp message Fafa 0542 745 222 Door Master Chadia Kese promotion adansi for mu die nie ekoyie ankasa. Honorable Freddy Wasime Uble akwa bampotro na pom den
nyamanado boko
bibi arekoye ya
yegudu na adumarokwa
ya da nyame ase eko ekwe achela
Papa about 7 months ago.
And eko ekwe
Hey,
on the watcher.
It's been a little long time.
Ekwe for afio.
Me jizi them. Na must ma afi kwe. Now let me take the opportunity to congratulate you for joining the club. As a
noble profession.
It's a noble profession.
Yes.
And I think you do well.
Thank you.
Maybe sure.
Amen.
Thank you.
Before we come to other issues about one campaign and how the campaign is going, especially in the Western region, and your role in that campaign, no, you share the most trending topic now, which is my OC in Parliament. You've had the privilege of occupying that high office before, of course, as a first deputy.
First as a second deputy.
And a second deputy.
And then later on, as a first deputy.
As a first deputy, good. And there were instances you chaired sitting in the house.
I had the privilege, once a while, to chair.
So you are abreast and very familiar with procedure.
A little, though it's quite a number of years ago, but I follow still what is happening in Parliament.
And as a lawyer as well, what understanding of what has happened from any day up until in the Mawesi was Supreme Court in Abade, Pocho?
Very interesting. That it's a little disorderly. I wish it had not happened 2 months before we have elections, and it looks like a little constitutional disorder, and this country doesn't need that. And I wish it had not happened. But we are going through experience. Some of these things and what I see in some other, under some other climates. As we talk now, in a place like Kenya, it's going on in another form. It's happening in Pakistan, happening in the sub-region in the Far East, and then maybe Bolivia and Argentina, and indeed some other places of that. It's a governance issue, and therefore sometimes we should be resilient enough and to contain it. In this country, if it is too cool for all the time, you wouldn't find it interesting. But particularly around this time, and always I would say, it's a silly season. So we should prepare for some of sectors.
For some of such things. But the other thing is, such the Speaker of Parliament is ruling now. And because you've been in the House before, I mean, his interpretation of 97.1 G and H, na how he understood that whole provision and applied same in his ruling. Say, would you have thought differently on the interpretation of the two of them provisions?
That's a very, it's unfortunate that you put me on the spot. Ubi, I would definitely have interpreted differently because my position on the matter has always been that, particularly when you come to G, I'm talking about 79, 1G now. When I come to that, I always think that it is, it can only apply
prospectively,
and not immediately. You can't. It will really create chaos, and that's exactly what is happening. It's even good for Parliament. It's good for parliamentarians. Indeed, over time, for accused parliamentarians, they were a rubber stamp. They follow one line, and this whole idea of not crossing carpets, as it happens always in Nigeria, sometimes even in the US and the UK happens. In our case, it is based on our experience. The experience of Kwame Nkrumah's time, that they thought that members go to Parliament on a ticket, on some ideology, on some belief and group thinking, and then they will elect you, and some of them go there quickly, they cross carpet to go to the majority, another party call it. And most often, it's the majority. They think it was not good for democracy. It will go and indeed take too many people from the minority parties and bring them to the majority party, because everyone they want it easy, or not even easier. They want some privileges for their constituency, development, and then they want to join government, and it's not good for democracy. So we thought of it, I believe, the framers of our constitution, 69 and 79, and indeed 1992, they made it look like, no, if you want to join another party, resign immediately before you join. And we have had experiences indeed with our constitution. In where you're saying left. Is it Ibrahim Asante, Kofi Asante also of Amenfi Central?
Yes, Amenfi Central.
That's right. He also did that. He resigned there and then went away to go and contest again. Maybe he lost. He lost. Kofi Seni also the same thing. That means indeed it is the party who sponsored him to be there. So it has been thought that it's better to keep the parties in power and keep their membership, so that if you indeed believe that you came to Parliament on your own steam, and I trust someone who voted for you as a person, indeed it could be like that. Either they voted for the party or for your own person, which you added to the party. And in this case, you could be tested. Go back again to go and do that. That, I believe, to arrest that mischief, we decided that don't cross carpet. And for that matter, it was included in the constitution. Now, sir, you want to change parties and still remain
in Parliament
now. Go back to go and do that. Okay. But it's a different ball game when an individual who has contested and been there and then is getting to the end of his time, and we are going to file for
another election.
You decide that, look, next time I might even go independent for one reason or the other. It may not be that it's going on. Maybe it's contested. Primaries, and he lost. In America, they have what do you call it, a sore loser legislation, so that you can't even come as a, particularly if you go to contest in an election and you lose, you may not even come to Parliament or join another party to come and contest, or even go independent, particularly when you went to that election and lost. Ours is not like that. Some of us have urged our own parties that there should be a law in our party to allow, or even table it in Parliament, so that we will have it that a sore loser cannot just go to contest an election on the party's ticket, and what you lose, you decide to go independent. It's so good. Members can urge you to do. You don't do that. You sign before you contest it. Now that's not the case. So, but it's good to allow people to decide where they want to go, so that they don't become a rubber stamp parliament. People can think differently from their mother parties, and for that reason they can decide that this time around I'm going independent, or I'm even this time joining another party, crossing carpet. But at the new election that intended to as an expression of intent to do that, it should be, that is from now on perspective when we come in January 6th. Then if you have gone for election December, then you can come and join your party or be in Parliament on the ticket of whichever party that you want. I believe that should be the interpretation. Maybe in the past, one or two decisions has been made by Parliament, but I have always maintained that that should not be.
In this case, no, lawyer Sanka, as happened in 2020, in the 2020 case,
I know what you are referring to.
Yes, the MPP filed a petition to the Speaker.
Yes,
that they had expelled the member who had indicated they were not independent. Sanka, in this case, there's two parties now, so filed them petition Libya. Young Kofi was work independent. Ya sack one from the party. So Speaker declared their seat vacant.
Even then, I wouldn't have said it's okay. I think I've always did. Let me be very honest with you. And this is the first time I'm telling you, going public on that. I was not in favor of filing a petition against any individual who, if you had not had a sore losers, but in this case, even it was not a sore loser. He decided that he wouldn't go because he protested, and I don't want to go into that. But if it's not a sore loser for that reason, and he decides that he wants to go somewhere else, come the next election, I will allow him to go. It's good for democracy. It gives people options. It gives them elbow room to do what they think is best. And as I said, it helps Parliament, the growth of Parliament. I think it was unnecessary for us to have filed that petition. We are reaping it.
Them opinion because of our personal experience. Because we know you also moved from the CPP to the NPP.
In that case, I had lost an election. And after losing the election, then I decided to move
to the NPP.
To the NPP. Clean slate that I went. But I'm saying that, irrespective of that, if you decide to move, then you can go.
Yes.
Now, when you've taken that decision, I don't believe that the party should write to say that there and then from the party or from Parliament you must be sacked.
Yes.
I think it's unfair. It doesn't help democracy, the growth of democracy.
The understanding of the current speaker there, say 97.1 G and H or a prohibitive provision to stop members from cross-carpeting.
Yes.
And that in the minds of the framers, so he makes the point there. Paragraph 12, the provisions of Article 97.1 G and H, and I am reading from the ruling of the Speaker yesterday, are designed to safeguard the principles of party loyalty.
That's right.
Voter representation.
That's right.
And political stability.
That's right.
Deflection is prohibited because it undermines the trust placed in MPs by their constituents and can lead to instability in Parliament. These constitutional safeguards ensure that members of Parliament remain accountable to both their parties and the electorate, and they prevent MPs from engaging in behavior that could amount to fraud or disruptive of the functioning of Parliament. Honourable members, it has been suggested by some members that the provisions of Article 97(1)(g) and (h), which address the vacating of a member of Parliament seat due to defection, should be understood prospectively. That is, they should only apply to future Parliament and not to the term of office of Parliament when the act occurs.
That's right, absolutely right. So far.
Also, while this argument may appear to offer a pragmatic approach, it must be firmly dismissed as both untenable and inconsistent with the constitutional purpose of these provisions. One may ask, what is Article 97 purposed to do? The clear intent of Article 97(1)(g) and (h), to my understanding, is to preserve party loyalty, engender trust, and protect the mandate of the voter and representation throughout the MP's term of office. These provisions are designed to prevent political instability, opportunistic behavior, fraudulent representations, and disruption of parliamentary composition during the term of a parliament by ensuring that MPs remain faithful to the mandate given to them by the electorate at the time of their election. To understand these provisions as only applying prospectively, meaning that they will take effect only in future parliament, would nullify the purpose of Article 97. The provisions of Article 97 under consideration are intended to address breaches of party loyalty and independent status as they occur during a term, ensuring that the House composition remains consistent with the electoral outcomes. Sound reasoning, no?
On all fours, I agree with him, except when does it take effect?
Okay.
I'm saying he is talking about, he himself argues for it fairly well. But it says it should be prospective. It doesn't mean that it's for all time, all life. It can't be like that. It said if I've been loyal to a party for 4 years, then come the next 4 years
election
when I have another term. If I decide to do something else, you say that no, you can't do that.
But when you make that decision during the pendency of the current parliamentary term,
you've only given notice that come next term, I'm going somewhere else. Do you understand me? Indeed, the parties should take steps if they want anybody who has participated, as I mentioned, in the primaries. And in that case, it means you are a sore loser. That's why you are going for, let's say, independent. But for anybody to say, look, I'm cross-carpeting, I'm leaving my party to join another party, come the next year, what's wrong with that? That's nothing.
That's where the speaker says there.
Nothing.
For party loyalty, for example,
our loyalty can remain forever.
No, Mobile.
Yes, I'm listening.
If you are a member of parliament, in this case, no, a MPP member of parliament, the current term hasn't ended. You've notified the whole world.
That's right.
That in the next election, you would want to go as an independent candidate.
That's right.
When you enter this current parliament, which term has not ended, where will your loyalty lie?
No, what? It's obvious. That's why the individual conscience comes in. That indeed you've been very open with your
intention.
With your intention, but even with your party. You've made it clear to them that come next year, I'm not, indeed, you may even say that I'm not going to be
a member of parliament
again. I'm packing up from politics, and for that matter, please let somebody else come and take over from me. Indeed, sometimes some people may decide that they won't go for primaries anymore, but they will remain in parliament, do their work. In fact, it's not only that. There are some individuals who go for primaries and they lose their seats. They are beaten very badly. They may not even recover from it, but they remain loyal party members till the end of their term. What is wrong with that? I'm saying that it's not. It should cut both ways. Prospective change of loyalty to a party or for another party should be allowed. As I said, under some jurisdictions, you even change parties during the session or during the meeting. You do. As I said, in Pakistan, it's happened. In Nigeria, sometimes it happens. In UK, look, in our case, we are elected for 4 years. 4 years. When the UK, the Prime Minister can decide that we are going for an election. A snap election could be called, and then members go home. France, they do that. They've been doing that. They call for an election at any time. But okay, ours is a presidential system, and therefore 4 years. Until the 4 years, no one, unless you table a bill in Parliament and you can change it. Then, of course, maybe it will not be 4 years. We want to change the date from 7 December to 7 November or thereabout. So you bring, in some countries, you can have to do it 1 year or 2 years or 4 years ahead. It's certain for 4 years. Now, if I decide to serve my party for 4 years, and later on, I'm saying that, I'm indicating that next year
I will be joining
another
party.
There's not a breach of loyalty. There's not a breach of party and your own integrity, and you don't undermine the party, but you enhance the development of democracy. So I believe it should be prospective and not current. Don't make it like that. Once you decide next time, then immediately current one. 2 months to time. You don't want people to be represented in Parliament. It is bad thinking. And I believe that although you get a good argument for loyalty, for all the other reasons, that's where I will agree with you. The rest,
you don't agree.
It's made a big mistake.
Okay, but I would ask this question, lawyer. There, say, the intentment behind 97.1, and all the provision thereunder. They seek to do certain things. The speaker speak up about the purpose of 97.1.
Yes.
So extra purpose now is to make sure there, because let's face it, lawyer, say, the intentment really does not allow a Ghanaian to belong to two parties at the same time. That, for me, is the right intentment behind 97.1. That you cannot, when you contest as a politician, belong to two parties at the same time. So, for example, if you are in this parliament and you are on the ticket of the MPP in this parliament, a declare your intention there, in the next election, I would want to contest on the ticket of the NDC. Openly, sure.
That's right.
But
you've been honest enough to do that.
I agree.
Fair enough.
But that defeats the purpose of 97.1.
It doesn't. To me, it's a rather
that is you belonging to two political parties at the same time.
No, you are standing for election. You are offering yourself for election. You've informed your electorate, the citizens within a constituency that you're going to represent. You've come out boldly in Parliament. You've even filed, in this case, about 2 or 3 months, and you've filed. You've indicated to the people that, look, next time round I'm going. Then they want to remain loyal, they will remain loyal. If they think that you don't deserve to be with them, why not? They will find another person, and then you've given them notice. This is like football. You belong to, you sign a contract with one
team,
football club, and you tell them the season is coming to an end. They may even ask you, would you want to stay with us or you want to go? If you say that you want to go and so forth, they may not even fail you, assuming you are going to play, and they may not fail you, or they will continue to. But some of them will say that, look, I'll play, I'll do it to the best of my ability, intent, and loyalty. But I have already indicated
that at the end of the season, I want to move to this team.
There's nothing wrong. Indeed, what I said, it allows room for politicians also maybe to change their opinion. They are not born to stick to one party for life. If they decide that they want to change, at what stage do they change? And I'm saying, when it's getting to an election and they want to change, they should tell their party, they should tell the world, they should tell Parliament that I'm filing to go this time on such a ticket. Immediately you indicate it. What his argument is that immediately you indicate it, then stop
being in this parliament.
I think it's chaotic. It's not proper. The argument, to me, is falls flat.
But if you allow them room now, and also only lead into a place of absurdity, where then you have every Tom, Dick, and Harry who is MP on the ticket of a party Obia Sora, I'm also made defect. I'm also not Hade in the next election.
No.
There will be chaos all over the place.
For defection and cross carpeting, there's nothing wrong. People do that.
Yes.
That
one you automatically lose your seat.
You lose your seat and go. But what I'm saying is
that in a case like this,
getting
close to an election, every MP will say
some of them have suggested that there must be what we refer to as sore losers. What is it?
An act.
An act.
Okay.
So that if you decide that you want to contest a seat on the ticket of a party, and they allow you to participate in the primaries, and you lose, you don't go back. In fact, we've discussed it. You don't go and file, let's say, to be what is it? An independent candidate. After going to another party and come, maybe by that time they might have also filed their papers. But I'm saying, as an independent, which in our case, a number of individuals have indicated that they want to do, particularly when they have lost, which is unfortunate. And the party sometimes fails or may not succeed in persuading them not to do that, because they think that the people say they will vote for them if they put up, and the other man who had won the primaries had given bribe, and so there could be several allegations, and that it is they who could win the seat, and therefore they go. It's good, it's bad, but in some cases it may be right. It's Sema's case. Sema,
that's
Fomena. What happened? He wanted to stand on the ticket and he was knocked out and was not allowed. Then he decided I'm going independent. He won at the end of the day. It could cut both ways. But that's not the issue. If party decides that we won't allow you to project yourself, to popularize yourself, to let people know that you are around and come and participate in our primaries, immediately you do that. If you lose, you don't file to be
an independent candidate. So act to be them or there whatever.
So losers act. It's a better way of going about it than to say that 2 months to election, and the man says that I will go unless you want to prevent him. That there is a law. In some cases, some contractors, some people and employees, they sign that if you work for this and you have so many, you've got. You don't work for anybody for about 10 years or so.
Who is our competitor? You don't go and work for a competitor.
That in itself, you sign a contract and do that. I'm saying we must also find a way of doing it in intra-party, within our party. But to say that publicly, immediately you say that you want to go and file, then they take your papers. Like what they say, look here, we are writing that you shouldn't be allowed to file your papers or get away from parliament within 2 years, 2 months to election. It serves no useful purpose. It's a little punishment for 1 or 2 people who will do that within 2 months, but it doesn't serve any purpose. And I believe Speaker should not do that. Speaker should make it possible for individuals to have freedom to belong to another party, to be independent if they so wish, so that they can also have the discretion. Because in Parliament, we even have voting secretly. We have
secret ballots.
Secret ballot. Why do you do that? That you may not go by the whip of the party and decide to vote against a party position. People outside, CSOs, make it clear that parties should vote themselves. Individuals should be by themselves and vote against a policy of a party if they don't agree to that. Why do you even have that one? It's contradictory. If at the same time you say you want to preserve party loyalty, integrity, and therefore within 2 months that is remaining, you should not cross carpet or should not indicate, not that cross carpet, you should not indicate prospectively that you will join up. I think it's poor thinking.
It's poor thinking. Okay. And the other thorny issue now has been, and because you've sat in that chair before, that thin line between Speaker Omar ruling on a matter before him and also veering into the realms of interpretation a constitutional provision.
Yes, that's a very difficult.
From American, veer into that area.
Absolutely. And when it comes to that, if I were if I had the privilege of being in that chair, I would have said this is a little difficult. It's a weighty interpretation for us. Man, ours is not just parliamentary democracy. Ours is constitutional democracy. And for that reason, if you believe that this issue it's so weighty that you need some kind of interpretation so that you yourself don't become a judge in your own right and sit down, except when we are in session or at a meeting and issues that come up on the floor and you got to rule one way or the other. Even when you do that, people challenge it. If you make a mistake or if you do something that the people are not happy, they table a motion that no, we are challenging it, and then it go to some other processes, and then some people can refer it to the Supreme Court for interpretation. And here, in this case, if you want to look at it from the other way or somehow you think it's a bit controversial, you should have
referred it to the Supreme Court.
To the Supreme Court.
For them to interpret 97.1
to look at it from that angle. If you think that it should be immediate and not prospective. Like I have been arguing, others have been arguing, and then that's the right thing. It's going to the Supreme Court.
Because there are rival interpretations
from that. I wouldn't say that absolutely my position is right or that position is right, but I think it makes absolute sense. It makes eminent sense that this thing should be interpreted by the law lords.
But one other thing, so the lawyer currently, Honorable Afenyo Markin as a citizen of Ghana, or filing processes at the Supreme Court. He first filed a substantive matter on invoking the interpretative jurisdiction of the court to interpret the articles.
That's good.
And then in there, or file an application for injunction, initial or interim injunction, but the court granted an interlocutory injunction.
That's good.
The Supreme Court has not got the power to injunct Parliament, which is another independent arm of government, from doing their work.
Earlier on, Jema Kachro, me and you have agreed already, young lawyer, that ours is not a
parliamentary democracy.
It's a constitutional democracy, and therefore the arms of government are subject to the constitution, and the only branch that has the mandate to interpret the constitution, this constitution,
the judiciary,
is the judiciary, the Supreme Court, not even any part of the judiciary. It's only the Supreme Court, and that's the right thing that Afenyo did first. He even did not touch what was happening. He said he wanted an interpretation. He invoked the right, the what is it?
Original jurisdiction.
That it could not affect what was going on. And what I believe Parliament could have done in this case, I don't want to say the Speaker of Parliament could have done that. Look, this matter has gone to court. I will rather have it abide by what the interpretation that would have been smooth. But of course, we have very active at the moment, very active Parliament, and the Speaker who rather will ignore and says that or accept the independence of. Indeed, he wants to set his own independence and powers, and say that, look, do your work, I want to do my work. And then, but of course, interpretation, you can't interpret it alone. That's why it's gone to the Supreme Court.
But also, the ideal principle of separation of power.
I don't think so. One of the ideal principle of interpretation of separation is that it's in our case, particularly in our case, it's the Supreme Court that interprets the Constitution. There are other places, like the French have their way of going about it. In this case, even at that level for interpretation, they choose not only lawyers. The chamber is made up of various arms of the
government,
and they constitute a body or a chamber that interprets the Constitution. But we are starting with this Constitution, and the Constitution is spelled it out clearly that it's only the Supreme Court that can interpret the meaning and whatever it is. Not all cases that they will even go ahead and interpret. They will, in some cases, will shy away to allow the various institutions. More so, they are sometimes a bit shy from entering or trying to interpret anything concerning the parliament and it. And indeed, they don't want to go into some kind of coalition particularly with parliament, but sometimes even with the executive. But they are careful. But indeed, what the Supreme Court should normally do is to act as some kind of supervision, play that supervisory role of don't step outside what you are supposed to do. And how do you do that? They interpret it. It's a pity, but that's the arrangement.
But apart from one authority and mandate to interpret, no, see a bone of contention that's there. Can they? Yes, we recognize the constitution is clear.
Yes,
the power to interpret is with the Supreme Court.
That's right.
But now we are talking injuncting another arm of government from doing their work.
Because the interpretation should not be in the air. It should be relevant. It's to a practical reality. What happens is that there was going to be chaos. That's almost chaos. That the speaker's interpretation is changing the format, is changing the constitution, is changing the arrangement, committees, and even front bench of the parliament. No, that's before I came. I could hear you were discussing about it as to whether majority indeed it throws into the open as to who is a majority leader, who is a minority leader, who chairs a committee, and so that's total chaos. What he did will definitely lead to that. Indeed, even then, it's not that by the ruling and saying that this one you are deprived of 4 members of parliament. This is a hung parliament almost. Deprive one side of 4 members of its membership, and there what happens? Who is a majority leader? It doesn't mean that even that line happened, all of them, because they could even do some other changes. Some other people may not. If it's even a final marking, maybe that they are changing him now. Go and chair a committee or do this. Indeed, the NDC, assuming that they now become majority, they may even change the leadership. It's chaotic. I think it would have been absolute disorder if the Supreme Court had not come in and say, let the status quo and remain as we interpret it. If you do later on interpret it and you want to make any change, you can go ahead. And I think that's the best thing. It makes eminent sense to do so.
Yene lawyer Freddie Wasime Uble and AD and Komo, former national chairman of the NPP, former first deputy and second deputy speaker of Ghana's parliament. Lot of messages. I'll start with this one from Honorable John Jenapo, or MP for a friend is saying, Osei, Yape Kusogo. Osei, what if 2 MPP MPs resign today? Will parliament cease to exist, or would there be chaos? Answer the question now.
Absolutely, have been the same thing. If MPP members today they decide to resign, let's say you can't go for because 2 months for election.
And 2 months for by-election.
That one, it is imposed definitely by circumstances, reality on the ground, not by through interpretation. The fact is that when you say you are resigning, then of course the numbers will have to be interpreted. The numbers will speak for themselves. So you would definitely have no other choice but to say majority. Then you go ahead to do your constitution or the committees and other things that you do. Then of course it's very clear. But in this case it's not very clear. I'm saying in this case it's not very clear. If the MPs decide, in fact it's not that if they resign, assuming 2 or 3 or 5 MPs belonging to one party,
they die at a go.
An accident. What will you do? It's the reality of the case, of the matter. Then, of course, everything that we are talking about take a different shape altogether. But thank God it's not happening that way. And this one is true interpretation and through what we are all used to, change of loyalty to a party or whatever it is. And people disagree, and then they decide to file new papers as independent candidates. It creates a problem for the parties. Let's admit it. But why not? It happens.
Very well. Let me read other messages. We say, Obi, good afternoon. Please ask Honorable Freddie Blay whether the action of the Formina MP was not weighty enough for Speaker Michael Quay to seek interpretation in the Supreme Court. What has changed such that they now require Speaker Bagbin to have sought interpretation from the Supreme Court before ruling on the matter? The pronouncement of the Supreme Court hold the prospect of landing us in a constitutional chaos where Atik Mohammed.
Atik, thank you very much for your question. I want to be very honest and straight with you, Obi. My position on the Isiama matter was different.
Yes. You've said it.
I just said it. I'm different. I didn't want a letter petition to go for him signing. But it's happened. It's in the past. But two wrongs, definitely.
Don't make it right.
Don't make it look like it's a precedent. And I'm saying that precedent, if at all, anything at all, it's wrong. And we shouldn't go by it. But fortunately, now it's become a reality. And then therefore, we are interpreting it. Mine saying it should be prospective. You say it should be immediate. And I think it is not good for Parliament. It's not good for democracy. If it is immediate, it should be prospective.
Very well. Atik Mohammed, that's the answer to your question. Other ones here says, Obi, Honorable Esiama did not take part in the primaries of 2020. Okay. So then what happened? 2020. A proposal I made maybe further and better particulars that would help all of us.
Indeed, what I understand him, what he meant was that he decided as a protest that I'm not go for the primaries. And therefore I'm going independent. He was not a sole loser in this case. He did not take part in the primaries at all. And then lost and say I'm deciding to go that. Indeed, we tried to arrange it. There was a serious disagreement. But as I told you, I don't need to go into that.
Very well. We say, Obi, read Articles 1125 and 6 together with 97G. Judicial decisions such as the communication of the Speaker are not to be of no effect. So how was the Speaker expecting to have by-elections held in less than 3 months to the general elections when 1126 prohibits that? How does the futuristic or intended purpose affect the present Parliament? When MPs swear the oath of office, is it to their party or to the state? Alban Bagbin was wrong. James Kwabena Bonfe, PhD, and on the way Abraham. Let me see. Let me say a big good evening to my very good friend Twins Don't Beg. Thanks for doing the listening. We say, Obi, please educate me. Isn't the executive independent? How come the hands of the president could be stayed by the judiciary? I'm asking because of your highlighting of the independence of the legislative arm of government. Lawyers, please educate us. Elder Amos Kevin Annan. Yeah, of course. I mean, the challenge with Parliament, the NSA, there have been previous decisions of the Supreme Court. And lawyer, remember the Tufo vs. Attorney General case where it says decisions made in Parliament are more like a closed book, But I argue, say, the recent case of Abdullahi versus the Attorney General had some more. It was more expansive on that particular way, and the independence of Parliament vis-a-vis their powers under the Constitution and all of that. And yes, Elder Amos. The executive is also independent, but when enter article and then I make article 2(1)(b), in the one they say a person who alleges that any act or omission of any person is inconsistent with the constitution. And even any act or omission, no, it is how a president now will act or omission infringe on the constitution. The judiciary can stop you, and same for parliament, as held in Abdullahi versus Attorney General. Where say Obi, Honorable Esiama pulled out of the primaries as a protest. Okay, where say Obi, good evening. See how emotional Honorable Blay is. He thinks he would be okay, but that's not fair. Ma menjewe Kalito Guzman, your message, no, it's not fair. Yenye very, very civil in some of these things. Obi, indeed, the Supreme Court has the power to injunct Parliament, because any institution that is a creature of law is a subject to injunction. Yao Marvin in Kwesimintim into Wesa Obi, the NDC needs to step out of their comfort zone and actively campaign instead of trying to gain a majority through the back door. Atoforson made history as the first person to become a majority and a minority leader in 24 hours. Let's vote for Bawumia, the NPP parliamentary candidate, to make Ghana better. Brian Boabin Samuel is in Awoshi and Aduiaba. Lamtekin Rashid says, Obi, good afternoon. Talking of loyalists, let's also focus on some individual members of parliament who've moved from their current constituency to contest in another constituency. And I think this is where loyalty comes from. So the speaker setting a preamble of loyalty aired in his judgment. Lamtekin Rashid, all the way from Wenchi Banda line and on the way Abraya Asempa Papa. Where's Obi? If the speaker is talking about a 97, how did he become the speaker? Okay, Larry is your name, the name I see here. We say Obi, I would want to ask if the law talks about future aspirations or speaks directly to the current situation. This is justice from Takra. The justice, that is why a subject of interpretation, because as it is currently framed, the opinions on it to be free say or say active prospectively, and the speaker felt say it should act in the current parliamentary composition, and that's why the Supreme Court would have to help all of us. We say hello, Obi, good evening. See, the NDC is a party that if you are not following them, it means you don't have bright future, blah blah blah. Okay, I don't really get your message well. Obi, good evening. The speaker is okay. Yao Ejei Ufri Jamase Buenim Atonoso. I cannot read your message. Where's Obi? This is my position on the parliamentary brouhaha concerning Speaker Bagbe's ruling declaring 4 MPs seat vacant. I have to first of all blame my party, the NPP, for setting a very bad precedent by not making the rules guiding the party's primary work. The party's rules indicate that if you decide to go independent after losing a primary, you automatically forfeit your party membership. I am of the greatest conviction that the party should have stood by that position without compromising through, though difficult as it may have been for the ruling party, and live with the consequences, and also to serve as a disincentive and a deterrence for people to even dare to repeat that in future. But what did we do? We rather rewarded Honorable Andrew Esiama because we badly needed him to form the majority in Parliament. Now that is the reason the NPP MPs who lost their primaries and are disgruntled have also taken entrenched positions not to heed the calls on them to rescind their decisions to go independent. Going forward, the NPP must revise the party's primary rules to enable us forestall such embarrassment we are witnessing now. In all of this chaos, I say this too shall pass. Bennett A. Danso, Ayawaso, Ganoff. And lawyer, he raises a very, very interesting point. And will form the base of my next question. In 2020, as you said, I mean, you said that you disagree. Your party had to petition the speaker for the speaker to take a decision on the Siama. This time, the party thought it was not convenient to petition because of the numbers in Parliament. So they didn't.
Yes.
And that should not have stopped the speaker from taking the decisions he took.
Well, one, the point I I told you that I disagree even that we should petition that somebody should be removed from Parliament.
Yes.
Mind you, this is not proportional representation.
Yes.
When you submit a list of people who you want to represent, then of course, if you don't do what the party wants you to do, then they can easily ask you your name to be for you to be delisted.
Yes.
It's even in real life, even in our under our constitution.
Yes.
It's president who appoints
ministers,
not just ministers, appoint
Supreme Court
judges and so on, and the Parliament, of course, and does it and all. But you see, once you appointed them, they are beyond him. You wouldn't even, unless they commit certain offenses and that are spelled out clearly under the Constitution. Yes. As I said, this under 97, all the sub-process that the provision that you made, you've read, you know. Invariably, it is not the party that says we are removing you from Parliament. It is the individual when you take that decision. Yeah. If you decide that I want to leave Parliament, unless of course you are dead, unless you be found guilty of some offences and that the privileges and so forth and so on, the privileges set up, even then they bring you to the plenary, they vote on it, and therefore before you get out of it. It is not a body outside Parliament that can say we are taking you away from Parliament.
But that body outside, that body outside Parliament, based on the body's constitution, should have expelled the MPs who have decided to go independent.
I'm saying even if you do expel them from the party, there and then, if they haven't not indicated there, they are getting out of Parliament. You can't get them out.
You can't get them out. Okay.
You can't get them out. Even if you make a decision
that you've expelled
him, it says unless he leaves, he decides to leave. And for that matter, once you are there for duration, a tenure of 4 years, it's unless it's determined, you stay. Unless you go by what has been spelled out, that you've done this, you've done that, you've done that. So I'm saying that it also protects the individual. MP. It protects Parliament. It gives Parliament. It's a Parliament for you to speak, for you to express your mind. It's not that you are whipped to do left and right. But if you don't do it, then they will come and remove you from
as Parliament. A former chairman of MPP, abreast with the party's constitution.
I do. I am.
In the instance we are dealing with, why the party, one palm them MPs from the party? At least there is no public official communication.
Indeed, the party can do that. You see, but as I said, I don't want to go into the internal dynamics of a but party can, but sometimes in our time, even then, we were a bit reluctant to immediately whip you or take you away from Parliament. We want numbers. And in some cases, there are people who have following. There are people who are strong, and they disagree with a policy that you've come out with. They may even disagree with the governmental matter that we may debate. Indeed, that's what democracy is all about. So we go gingerly on you who may disagree with them. Sometimes you disagree today, and then the next moment you are doing something else that will help the party. So we take it a little easy. But if it becomes, there are individuals you can see. I could give an example. I don't want to go personal. There are who have been criticizing the party very harshly. There are individuals who have been saying things that go. They have even expressed support for the presidential candidate of other. We have not, in some cases, taken steps to expel them. We take it. It grows democracy sometimes. Criticism sometimes is good. But when it crosses the red line, then of course we may be prompted to take action. In this particular case, when it's getting to 2 months for election, anybody decides that we have not made laws within our constitution to ensure that once you sign a contract to be with us, you stay with us. And even when you lose your primaries, you don't go out, don't step out to file papers as an independent candidate. We've been allowing it. And I would prefer not to send a letter to say that withdraw him and create a vacuum in for 2 months, deprive a constituency of its representation in parliament because the person, one way or the other, stepped out of line with the constitution.
And there will be no opportunity for a by-election because of its closeness to the next election.
No, but I think we need to rethink it. And it's good that it's gone to the
Supreme Court.
The Supreme Court. Let them interpret it.
Wait, sir, Obi, thank you for this legal educational opportunity. The man Wasimewu Freddie Blay is the law. Obi, the NDC should have been smart like what the majority has done. Kindly tell them to meet us on the grounds to campaign than going through the back door. Dr. Dominic Edua and on the way about Doc Yadase Papa. Let me see the other ones we have here. We say Obi, constitutions or legal tests are supposed to be read as a whole. So you don't read Article 391 of the MPP Constitution on forfeiture in isolation. You must read it alongside other provisions, including Article 332, which provides that no decision affecting the right of a member shall be taken against the member unless and until that member has been heard. The question to ask is, have these MPs been given a fair hearing by the party? Has the party or the MPs themselves said so? Under no circumstance can natural justice principles be compromised. My regards to Chairman Blay, Idi Muhayuddin, Esquire, and Odewe praying. Obi, ask Honorable Blay why, as leaders of the party, they didn't speak to those who decided to go independent until it got to this level. What are the measures being put in place to prevent this disaster in the party? Gasti Man is in Brekum. Weise Obi. Okay. And there are Weise Obi. Good evening. Talking about this parliament brouhaha, it reminds me why some of us always keep saying we need a constitutional amendment or a new constitution. To me, this constitution has served its purpose. Mad Lion, Ahafo, Shidim, and on the way up. We should be wrapping up. But lawyer, one campaign or then?
By the grace of God, is going well. It's going well as against some expectations of some people. It's not been easy, but nothing that you want to come out good remains easy. But Umar has been very exciting. You know, it's come up with new ideas, new challenges, new solutions that one cannot fail to be excited about. And I believe that at the end of the day, MPP will retain power.
And if you there, the message, you know, or resonate with Ghana for, I'm for what
particularly the youth. As I said, it's exciting. He has raised various issues come up, you know, and new challenges that it come out with. And but it's not an issue of going around to say that I will give this, I will give that, I will give X, or I will give chicken, or I will do that. What he's saying is that what will revamp the economy, what will bring about prosperity to Ghanaians. It's not that we will share the cake. That is, even at the moment that we are going about, it's not enough. But that we will make the cake bigger. And the only way to go about it, go digital, do this, taxation, this is the way it is. Import, this is the way we want to have the incidental taxes, and we will do it in this way and that way. Saying that if you want, we talk about even galamsey, that is a way to go about it, that we can clean and sanitize it so that we won't mess up our environment, and yet we will benefit from what naturally God had given to us. It's coming out with solutions, and I believe we are very, 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 very lucky that we have him. Some call him technocracy. You know, some call him technocracy. Right? It's not just a technical man. It's coming out with solutions. It's a thinker. It's coming out with new things that we should all be excited about. It's resonating well, and his presence itself, his way of campaigning, and the language he speaks, what he comes out with, to me, it's the infant. It's good that young ones should embrace it. Not even those of us growing old, but young ones should embrace it, that Ghana has a future under Bawumia.
But the region you come from is the Western region.
I do.
And because you are from the Western region, naturally, or some responsibility to Odo, there you have to win that region for your party. Starting from Wo constituency, which is Elembele, why has it been difficult for your party to win Elembele? I mean, since you left as MP, at the time a member of the CPP, you joined the NPP. Why it difficult for the NPP to win that seat? Why?
Well, we've lost the seat a couple of times. Yes, it happens sometimes. It's like that. You know, sometimes even sometimes it becomes difficult. You realize that even we have a little problem sometimes with the bullet when it has to do with JMs. Because if you are not careful, you have a little challenges in Wale, some problems like that come. Politics itself on your scientifically calculated factors come in. But I have a feeling that this time round our fortunes will change.
In Elembele.
Are you surprised?
Yeah, I am.
Why are you?
Why shouldn't I?
I'm saying that we are working hard on Elembele.
To win Elembele?
For sure we will.
Against Amabua?
Against anybody the NDC puts up.
NDC is putting up
That's
Emmanuel
right. For now they are putting it up. Right? It's not the individual. It's sometimes the party.
Amabua took over from you.
Yes, he did.
How do you assess him as MP for Elembele?
That's not fair to me.
Why is it not fair?
I don't want to.
I
belong to the other party.
Yeah, but you are now in a statesman position.
I'm in a statesman position, and I would say that I'm not satisfied with what is doing for my party, for the constituency. But whatever it is, and it will be subjective. That's why I'm saying it's not very fair. I will leave him, and let me say that I am in a situation where I must be a bit statesman. Yeah. So I will not.
But my next question will be in the Nzema enclave. So I take Nzema East, Evaluejura.
Yes.
I take Elembele.
And then
I take
Jomoro. Yes.
When you see it, when you see it.
For now, but it will change. I assure you.
Nzema enclave now.
The enclave will change.
In what Evaluejura?
Evaluejura will definitely be taken away. Jomoro will definitely. Some people have even doubt, but it will be taken away. And Elembele too. Yes. So this time round.
But you win Jomoro.
Definitely. If I bet, I will give you 1,000. Yeah. If we take it, give me only 200. Give me only 200.
But the general Western region, yes, from Takrade through to Sekendi to Efia to Kwesimintim,
we're doing well.
Eba Agunan Kwanta,
yes.
That's a Hunter West.
Yes.
Takwan Swayim. Pristia Hone Valley, Amenfi East, Amenfi West, Amenfi Central.
You know the region for too long because you've lived there.
I've lived there for 10 years.
I even thought you had, you originate from
the Western region.
Western region.
But is it because that region has been very crucial to the fortunes of Party B who win the power?
That's what all regions say. That if you win my region, you've won power. Yeah. But definitely for Western region, it's been sometimes it's yo-yos. You know, I don't know what I'm using the word. Sometimes it goes this way, it goes that way.
Or a swing
depending
region,
also to swing sometimes. But this time round, we think we will definitely take the place.
You win majority of seats in the Western region.
Majority of the seats. There are a few seats that may not fall, but a lot of them will fall. Majority will fall.
For the MPP.
For the MPP.
But for the general election across the country, in your heart of hearts, and talking objectively, looking at how difficult this election is, Wobotum will win. Take yourself out as a member of the MPP.
Obi, I'm being very honest with you, sincere with you. From the beginning, for a couple of months ago, we were a bit doubtful, particularly with Accra.
Yeah.
We thought, look, when we have the baby and boy if it boy particularly in field even Joy FM boy and I want also your objective.
No, one year she won't boy every election year. I'm on for Cadet Joy FM here. Well, where regime changes. Every election.
This is the way we saw you. I mean, I belong sometimes to the media sometimes.
Yeah, I know.
What I'm saying is that
no, but I think
there used to be a
fair.
time.
No, it's not also fair to Joy FM because the point is, I want to then they report what happens, and in there mostly in our country, say media report one was and that's why every election year a man for attack them. It's not fair.
Well, maybe from that point of view, you may say you are doing your work.
Absolutely.
From my point of view, sometimes we think that it will be hard on us, necessarily so. But
the same thing the NDC
be it as it may, you've asked me a question. Accra was a bit difficult for us.
Okay.
But thank God, now the situation is changing.
Or change your Accra.
Or change for us. This is the way we perceive it. And yesterday we thought it was difficult.
Okay.
And now we are saying to ourselves, going around and doing what we are supposed to be doing, we realize that Accra may be coming around. It's not as easy as we will have loved it, but definitely it's coming up. But apart from Accra, other regions, for sure we are doing quite well. Quite well. Yan todo ma very satisfied. But room for improvement today is the biggest room you can talk
But you have just less than 2 months to secure a victory.
24 hours, that will be a long time.
In politics.
As you can see that even in parliament, within 24 hours, changes. So politics, we've been in power for a while. And we've done a lot of work, and we think maybe we've been busy doing it instead of even telling people what we've been doing. We think people should see what we did. But now we're taking time to point out that we've done this. Infrastructure, this is what we've done. But the best of all is that prospectively, future, ideas about me are out. Somewhere there, them able to me, we said what we are capable of doing in the future, turning this country, turn it around more to make this country a Bruchirka Krayarake. I think Baumia has no equal. Thank God we have him as our candidate.
Wow. Honorable Medawase, Yembroneko, into your debate, we appreciate your time with us this afternoon.
Yes.
That's a part. Hopefully we can do one more and Sana.
One of these days, but the most interesting is what is happening in Parliament. And besides that, definitely MPP is doing fine, and we think Ghana's future is in the hands of NPP. If they do that, we will make more strides. We will improve the quality of life in this country for all of us. And we all, including you, sitting here as a new young lawyer. And not only that, media houses now, they practice their trade, profession, and let this country be the best for us.
Medase. And that's Honorable Freddie Wasimewu Blay and the attendant. Ekosiisen says. But when him say people face different emergencies every day. I mean, it be the police emergency, fire emergency, medical emergency, you name it. But many Ghanaians know the emergency numbers of all of these institutions, apart from when they are faced with money emergency. In the Ghana, epesika number be no be free. Now, what yes, Kadia Ibibia, me patch number ni star 770 hash. Star 770 hash is the new EcoBank money emergency number. Amount instant access to loans, fund transfers, utility bill payment, airtime, data purchases, and so much more. You don't need internet for this. Just dial star 770 hash. In the end, no need to panic. Just dial this number. EcoBank will come to your aid. EcoBank is indeed a Pan-African bank. A power jet batteries in so and a batteries papa utobi disi ukaswa. Eseweni and Sao Katre. 5 years Nesika and so Power Jet Batteries. Deroxins Ventures na Akofaba Ghana. Omoni the sole distributors na. Omo Shalom Sport Roundabout. Ofre onwa 0208 090 789 0208 090 789. Yewo sub outlets bebre baby awkwa obenya biato. Assignment Kowa na so Ochenenti Enterprise. Accra Hanso battery shop be wa buse wokan. Kuma so ko Kwame Choba Enterprise and no pampa so and a battery shop se wo Swame Magazine amoko many macro junction. Ufrika so eko winiba ub manifa swedru ebesen komanke sime twem ko sita krade a battery shop be wa sa kwan so ka se ope power jet batteries a ubenya bi na onso wetime ato in mama yenhye nso na My Life Insurance Company Limited say omone MTN Momo aka bomu omode a very simple life insurance aba your friend no my way na My Way ni insurance policy My Life Insurance Company akofa aba omone MTN Momo na aka bom omo dial star 165 hash on MTN na register and once you register you enjoy up to 16,600 Ghana cedis cover for yourself and one selected family member. You can update your selected family member easily by dialing star 165 hash. For help, call our customer service number at 0242 439 999 0242 439 999. Senya My Way na wakase no way. Yadi kind ya tumanim se ene syntax tank se omo ye adoye kese pa. Na adoye we no omo selected 15 communities in Ghana. Na omo kwa koye won adoye nende den omo ma woni nsuo for free into 15 communities and then we give them free water. And this is just to say thank you for making us number one. Syntax tank. We're the first to introduce double layer tanks in Ghana. And you also know that syntax tank come in so many colors. Color bia or tank amount. We're also the first to come out with inner white layer. So when it's not syntax, forget about it. If you're a community and you want to benefit from the Syntax free water giveaway, just log into our social media handles at Syntax Ghana on all platforms and nominate your community. The more you nominate, the better chances of we coming to your community. Remember, it's Syntax, SINTEX, Syntax tank. And your tank biya na wasa woto. So your Syntax ja, forget it. Syntax tank, strong. Tough. And then so engine oil bang and a uyusu. Say a seahorse engine oil there, you've made the right choice. Any other engine oil or car and I will say no. Ain't seahorse engine oil available in different high quality grades. Your 15W40 CI4 and a 15W40 CF4 suitable for all types of cars. Now a sign of 40 and for motorbikes and ATF for gearbox. If you want value for your money, please insist on Seahorse engine oils now. Your sign war Hardex 9910 and a gasket maker, say Winima, and your epoxy metal, carb, and choke and a bostic. Nina, it will be. It's the magic bond. Hardex 9910, no, or the Tarea there, a sort to say, a car wadi and quadia, Hardex 9910, and a uhia. Your sign war fully synthetic engine and gearbox oils. 0W20, 5W20, 5W30, 5W40, and a 15W40. You will TIV, TVI, and a CVT for all brand new and cars are in very good conditions. You know, car no good conditioner per synthetic engine oil for gum. Na enchemau. Insist on quality. Buy Hardex and Seahorse engine oils. Na emwa ma car na emwa juma enche. Uye fit any, uye driver, uye transport owner, uye oil dealer. Free 0244 577 559 0244 577 559. Na one yen into me any enkomo. Ekosiisen suni. After this short break, yen discussion segment no etwa muso ene minuaba ekuya bwachiwa yadom. We'll do as the honest and we'll moderate our discussion segment. I have to attend to an equally important assignment. So one team in Kebio after this short break, ekuya bwachiwa yadom is taking over, and we have already who say lawyer Fuakwa Atnase, and it promises to be a very interesting conversation. Stay with us here, Basis.
Are you looking for a university that will prepare you for the challenges of tomorrow? Look Look no further than Academic City University College. With a focus on innovation and experiential learning, you get hands-on experience in your field. Our world-class faculty will guide you every step of the way. And our collaborative approach to learning will prepare you for success in today's global economy. So if you are ready to make your mark on the world, Academic City University College is here to help you succeed. Apply now at our website www.act.edu.gh or call us on 059-403-0308. Academic City University College, educating future-ready leaders.
Hey, Auntie sending a photocopy ni. Me wo macho na mokose ye dey na ekọ.
Auntie ama, akoso na nya kwan e wo university o. Na sika me de ba mana kwakora na atomiti paye. 2500 de. Me kofa ne he. Ene Ghana ye tie.
Oh, esi. Na se we de wo ne ha okra. Won te say NDC ne do mama se wo baba mu. Enkora wo pese wo ko university o man ne de no. Afia edi nkan no. Wa fa sa aka ni nyina. Say ye technical university, college of education, nursing training. Ana say de ka ho nyina. E ho ka nyina wa fa. Afia edi nkan no. Free.
Hey, sir. Where do you say yasemode o? Ebema ye koma han yo.
Esi, na sanya no nko o. Hwe enkora wo mo ewo school mu dada. Wo mo to ma desua so. So mama se wo ba. De bibia ye fene student loan plus beba. Wo mo betumi apply no ma je bosia. Wo mo de beto ma desua so. It is a course say. Wo do second year. And one is student loan plus. Wo kwaji bi na ode atwea ne homesua so.
Oh, mampanyi mahama. Na me nshraw.
Esi, esenya no nko. Ye nua no ma sabi wo mo edi demo a wo pese wo to homesua so kosua pon mu no. So mama so obe mama ko university no free I want to
oh any mampanyi mahama yakupon hire yefunu awo wo
en sakraye mrene ni obe man sakraye papa obe ma John Mahama
Chale, you dey hear the filler where they go round. I hear say the electoral commission dey register some voters for secret places. Them add thousands of names to the voters register.
Me say if I hear saying they do one for the EC headquarters.
Then fee add thousands of voters for the ruling party in Stronghold and delete names of voters for the opposition in Stronghold.
If these rumors are true, then the upcoming elections cannot be free and fair. Oh, the electoral commission needs to address these allegations immediately.
My people, let me set the record straight. All these rumors, they are nothing but pure lies.
Really?
First of all, 21 days before the registration exercise, the EC publishes all registration centers in the Gazette, and every single political party knows the location of all these centers all over the country.
Okay.
Secondly, all political parties have their agents at every registration center nationwide. Accredited observer groups, even international observers, they are also present at these centers.
Yes.
All political parties receive both start of day and end of day reports at each registration center. They use these reports to collect the figures of registered voters. Simple. Finally, upon registration, the total number of voters published by the Electoral Commission always matches with the figures collated by the political parties from all the registration centers throughout the country. Just say if it be anyhow. There is no doubt about it. So my people, don't fall for all the lie that is flying around. The registration process is totally transparent. Now we know the truth.
We won't fall for these lies anymore.
Now you know the truth about the voter registration. The EC ensures a transparent process at every step. Share this information and help stop the spread of misinformation. Remember, the EC logo fee add one figure self to the registered voters. The 2024 election registration process, it be friendship, it be clean. No kululu.
OneXBet any so I want it with the book game. It's your person dawase. Cause you will bet when you change. Then your 1x free bet. Now what you check their air kwama. For promo code GH free for signing up for onexbet.com.gh. So then your 300% aquaba bonus. Bet the correct score no every Tuesday, Kwasi Monday. Then you're guaranteed free bet. Any pump dada. Can one now for no more. Then you couldn't get when you JB. Well 1x free bet so. Gambling when you're true. Into channel wash you. And your man wanna win if you don't watch it. Gaming commission agent Krato Yatum.
Me say, oh yeah, Echo Bank Mobile to make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy, yeah. Oh yeah, download it. You go enjoy it. In my private check, in my private check. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even church tights with the Apple. Echo Bank Apple.
virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the EcoBank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with EcoBank. Kim promise.
Na science dia kesi agana fodi o power jet battery hono ye no kware o efisa me to me kai ma sesa battery be ye de wo ko sesa me discover power jet battery what me kai nya me si kwan mu bi me ne battery issue to kwanta pa ye o enti sesa dia me ne power jet battery ambassador me mo na nkrofo ka kwan so ma me jump o mo de na makamfo power jet battery mo hu se battery mu gwa hodo power jet car battery the Roxin Ventures na ko fa ba omo Shalom Sport runabout wo community 18 Sprinters Road Frelmo 0208090789 and 0242314774. Obenya bisu ashama kuwana so Ochinenti Enterprise. Afi battery shop bi e waboso kan Kumasi Kwame Choba Enterprise Pampaso and a battery shop bi e waswame mazi Amakom Macro Junction every kaswa ko Winneba Junction Swedro Magazine Takwa de Chesepa bia Power Jet Battery Day Power Jet Car Batteries open that day.
I'm saying that Ghana must not introduce free SHS on the whimsical promise of a desperate politician. Many mistakes have been made by countries in Africa already with free SHS.
Akufado, minya udeni, uye bwe. Baumia, minya udeni, uye bwe.
Hey, Mami Jemfwa, ne na mo wani aji ewi awe say.
Minia, se me kaya dia free SHS aya mame ne me ma wo hu. Ami hu ne minya mpo. Esan dia na nado danko Akufado eno Dr. Baumia ayenti. Se wo kaya bra, me kuna no hwe ye nyina efri mu no.
Ane, me kai pa.
Na ni daso nyina sa. Se me de me mame ensa ne nyina be ko school. Ekosiise na nado danko Akufado ene Dr. Baumia edi free SHS ebaye. Sisi a me mame ensa. Kofi, esi, ene kojo, eni na ko school akese ni bi. Minia, na wonim de ya no mo eka. Omo se omo ba, omo de nsachoye bebe mo. Ebi mo se omo ba omo be twem. Ebi mo so omo ba mbe ma ofo ni bi etua school fees ni bi.
Hey, omo pese omo yo made ni bi mo. Enti se why na ntua? Na why nkwa ni free? Omo pese omo ya, ya ni bi no. Esi nchen. No mo side omo connection man. Any protocol nsem yi. Say free SHS papa ya yemba yi koyo.
Enu ti na wo se ban ya homodin bia say. Ye bebo free SHS ho ban. Na ya no ma mba mbe say ade papa. Na nado ene Dr. Baumia ede abrayen yi o.
Anya free SHS for ya na mama ne nkofo se anya possible yi. Na nso se say die.
It is possible. Afiwe, ye tu abadi abo free SHS ho ban. Tu mama Dr. Baumia, number 1 on the ballot.
Star 281. Selected option 6.
Sika. Shanedi. Sika quick cash mega jackpot na duso. Ai, sani e share bonwa. Yakasi e be mo di sika bambala gubotomo no. Kianiki, e wo saudi. Enti ya di jackpot na beja. Sika quick cash mega jackpot wa duso no. Ya di bala pass new market. 19th October ya. Wo beti me di 300,000 Ghana cedis e daso no. Ya ba ya ni se wo be twagum. Ticket ba ku bia 10 cedis. Enti enyu wo fi mo. Dial star 281 hash. Ne choose option 6. And no, what the other so be twagumwa. What ye ya wo dem peche. I said the more wo twagumo. Now chances are na kwenya bit mafa so di ne doso. 300,000 Ghana cedis in one some na make an sado. Sika quick cash mega jackpot no. Sister bra, fa wo jim ne di bi what? NLA. And the creators platform na jinka to ya.
Hello. Minisena Army free boat a hobambo kronimu. Nanso ye ne wo ha wo boat akwantu biara mu. Wona wo wo benkum sino. Ye ride insurance team. Akwantu no shasia. They are more riding insurance. Eriko unifa sino. Ye record audio team. Ye crow akwantu no hunsem so 24 hours. Se basa uhia na ichira. Wo show we chinswa. Ye customer support team na wo hono. One eye crowd say, one who be bonkomo demoni nyina. Yang ni bolt a hobambo kuno. Ye kan huo bolt a kwento biaremu.
Ghana fwe Franco. Esa the electrical appliances for Frabe Joshua. Washing machines, Asian women yopo, CCTV cameras, and need all clear. Abi, you know that. Seba mobile phones, this are iPhones, Infinix, Nokia, Samsung, any dear keka anyone says you see na Franco. In our binya dear papa, ne water foam say Franco air conditioners, every 1.5, adequacy 2.5 horsepower, Samsung Franco TV, every 32, adequacy 85 inches. Franco, Essence tabletop, double decker, any chest freezers, and chain in a mahoden kwa. Franco, Kwabata be a benwo, name of head office, a wada braka, one in Roxy Cinema, Nedian, friend 0246 422 338, and a 055 5939 311. Franco, electrical appliances, papa, if he. The Jete family, in collaboration with Club 161, presents the Dr. Pound's All-White Party with the Stars. It's on Saturday, 2nd November 2024. Happening live inside Club 161 at Cape Coast Stadium. Yo, you're repainting Cape Coast in white. And as national spenders are pulling up. I say, ball lesson, you did do what time. Dr. Pound's All-White Party with the Stars. A great party featuring the Sika for Wagan. The ladies are about to show the big boss lady things. Tickets in a Defomo, 100 cities a pair and 200 Ghana cities VIP. Yeah, Dr. Pound's All-White Party with the Stars. Fully come connect with the Stars. Saturday, 2nd November 2024 at Club 161 inside Cape Coast Stadium. Sponsors: Agassiz Homes, Westport Petroleum Limited, Ike City Hotel, Media Partners, Hit FM, Adom FM, Joy FM, GH Hyper, Kokonsa.com, Zion Felix, and Sammy K Media. Dr. Pound's All-White Party with the Stars.
I'm saying that Ghana must not introduce free SHS on the whimsical promise of a desperate politician. Many mistakes have been made by countries in Africa already with free SHS.
Akufado, minya udeni, uye bwe. Baumia, minya udeni, uye bwe.
Hey, Mami Jemfwa, ne dena ma wani aji area we say.
Minia, se me kaya dia free SHS aya mama ne me ma wo hu. Na me hu ne minya mpo. Esan dia na nado danko Akufado eno Dr. Baumia ayenti. Se wo kaya bra, me kuna no hwe yen nyina efri mu no.
Ane, me kai pa.
Na ni daso nyina sa. Se me de me mama ensa ne nyina be ko school. Ekosiise na nado danko Akufado any Dr. Baumia edi free SHS ebaye. Sisia me mamiensa, Kofi, Esi, any kojo, any na kosko akese ni bi. Minia, na wonim de ya no mo eka. Omoso omoba omo de nsachaye bebe mo. Ebi mo se omoba omo betwam. Ebi mo so omoba ombe ma ofo ni bi atue school fees ni bi.
Hey, omo pese omo yo made ni bi mo. Iti just why na ntua. Na why nkwa ni free. Omo pese omo ya ye ni bi no. Esi nchen. No mo side omo connection man. Any protocol nsem yi. Say free SHS papa ya yemba yi koyo.
Anuti na wose aboye homodin bia say ye bebo free SHS ho ban na ya no mamba mbe say ade papa na nado ene Dr. Baumia ede abrayen yo
anya free SHS for ya na mama ne nkofo say anya possible yi na nso se say de
it is possible afiwe ye tu abadi abo free SHS ho ban tu mama Dr. Baumia number 1 on the ballot
Ediebe kurane be yasimwe Nada kurane ni peni ya utoi Yara kuane kumyai Nada ni yariwe Malaria fever Nontabia Typhoid fever Nontabia Body and menstrual pain Nontabia Cold and jointed Nontabia Loss of appetite Nontabia Mono Nontabia Say a punua Nontabia Wona miawuya Nontabia Onu matuna something mindidia Nontabia Aya ni jani Nontabia I want to do one Nontabia Mono Nontabia
Martin, my show with my homba. Oba patofum. Na me so be here scan. Na onya scan we here. Mama me susie nyina aka metum sa.
Ma we so fa so na ebe no. Sike fia me tua ne busu me bia no. E so fa so no no. Me frɛ o ma pɛ. E no mo ba me moa. Ene sɛ obi abo ma ba so yi. Me didi na eye na mfa so.
Aya kai sɛ abrebia obey my way insurance no. Wo de obusu ani ma pa baako ebe hye so. Me kyerɛ sɛ ofiri mu nko ade a yɛbɛkɔ wo na wana woyɛ my way insurance no deɛ yɛbɛkɔ wo abra wokɔ yadeɛ kwankro yadeɛ anankwanhyia abubu agu a woyɛ wo ho hwea enye impo wakoda yaresabea ebro namienu sɛ wadi 18 ekopin 59 a wo apomudin a ubetumi abeka my way abusia no for phone na dial *165# ewo MTN so se sia sanye my way a ka say no way.
Pesca bebre, mula bebre, kodi bebre, anala Jean bebre. A bready can have game pack for pick 1, any pick 4 agree. Game pack for the more 30 Ghana cedis free. But you winning mula bebre. And you didn't cry. Dial *946#. Then you 30 Ghana cedis a quaba bonus. Na for chow bete dikai. They didn't kunim.
Oh wow. And you mula wow.
For game pack agree so. Na benya mula bebre. And ya. For game GamePackGames.com. Game Pack agree. Anele mratechri. Show so. Anyama wani endi if you do watch it.
It's back.
Oh yes, it's back. The Joy Sports Invitational Tournament is returning with more thrills and amazing energy.
On Saturday, October 26, 2024, the University of Ghana Stadium, Legon, will be buzzing with excitement.
And this year, we've got it all. From swimming, lawn tennis, table tennis, arm wrestling, 5-kilometer race walk, the Masters 50-meter dash open to the general public for people aged 50 to 60, the CEO's penalty shootout, to the epic battles in men's football, women's penalty shootout, 4x100 meters mixed relays, mixed sack relay, volleyball, basketball free throw, draft, Scrabble, esports, Owari, and so much more. Which company will reign supreme? Don't miss the fun, competition, and all the unbeatable Jama Showdown for the Special Team Spirit Award.
To register your company, call or WhatsApp Slevin on 0540-106466. Mark your calendars. October 26th at the Legon Stadium, Joy Sports Invitational Tournament. Proudly brought to you by Joy Sports, the thrill of the game.
Magdan Group, your trusted partner for cutting-edge business solutions. Yomi Yogurt, your nourishing choice. Viva Beverages, a taste you love. Caveman Watches, be remembered. The luckiest. Luck is everywhere for everyone.
Joy Sports Invitational 2024.
Hey! When we send your police in your draw, Imbusaba Mesa Amama Huaden.
Refuse to grow, and young offense swabek.
And what day immune system or Yankopon, and your ready pediatric somewhere who by no, and Nasa wonum Imbusaba Mesa, a peja immune system nabribia. Ya Yarientimu. Sasa dear, a month for the one, the Imbusaba Mesa, do the one dance yes, and Yarwa who run Nipa and Yina etimi banaso, and now pa one Yarwana dada, no monum doctor and Rono, and num Imbusaba Mesanoa, and Momo who are deep pinti. Ya womuntim pose, Yaria Esomo. Imbusaba Mesa, a walk Kaisi, and you may move Bia Yato in row, at 0246 20 84 96. FDA, Ashisha said, Jedian Cratry.
Feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa FM. 94.7.
Asempa 94.7 FM Ekosiise dwumadie so eni ofa echoso mienu ye discussion segment no ena nebre aso Philip Osei Bonsu eni omahene kwabena sante ofa edikan no wode akwakogu ebraso se ye discussion segment no ewie enne Ekosiise dwumadie no midin ede akua boachiwe yado mo fremi ABY ameje so make say ene lawyer afoakwa aye krado ye hwe animu empadimfo aka no ebeka ho aneche se ye toaso a no NDC amanyoko no anamsini ene empadimfo aka ye movement for change for ye hwe animu se wonumo ebeba abedu na na yensem egupuno so no ene Supreme Court ruling na abawie enka enno peye so de ye ne ye ne se dom kuma dane dom dodo emrahye bedwam nanso ruling na aba no enra emrahye bedwam achi amehene ne okan ye emrahye bedwam onu ni ruling ye ode ba ye se enkonwa maako nan emrahye bedwam parliamentary seats 9 ni nyina ye declare no vacant se empanimfo no amanyoku ade wo wura emrahye bedwam onsum nwieye na wo kose kwantem kran and the Supreme Court ruling no mpanimfo che se emrahye bedwafo no bet toa wadwuma so kosisa the final ruling nefa asemu a the Supreme Court of Opono so no obedi awie etine che se Cynthia Mamile Morrison honorable Gomua West ena formina onmonyamfo Andrew kwabenasiama obekọ ena ne ewomu obio yekọ Amemfi Central so a Amemfi Central onmonyamfo aka Peter Kwachiaka wonso beko ena suhum so boafo kwadwa asante 89 no the before yeso omonkoto o madwuma so abusia ma mehyasie emfi lawyer so na yemfa hono ehyasie ne awia ne aka ebiri wo mu a yato aso lawyer mama wakwaba mejo so ABY boko de o nyame adaroma one edi ne ye enena o Supreme Court wo bia na enne mango Supreme Court bi enena me o different court ba nearby ye hunkrata bi na chese matwra oh there be say eka kete nkamu ye minority say o hwe de ebeto odwa nanu na ebra yira eye Haruna Idrisu edikoto odwa wo NDC rally ase no metro krata beto abonten e kire the position of the law then I believe say there wouldn't be any departation from the position I expressed ebra yira Haruna kasa ye no and I wo hwe enimdifo e wo mremo a almost wakasa to sunyina na almost all of them are in line with the position made ebetu jano and I am fortified in my belief say the Supreme Court ebekano will settle the matter once and for all. Na mo warishe mu pa. Oh certainly. If senra speaker wodi ni ruling ne ba no so ka say enyina so wo ho ne bi asida mo lawyer fo na mo ka say ne asida ne ahweso wo hwe bi so for na de ne esiye wo hweso no wodi say eti wo na unyina so ne sen say o hwe the see of for me na completely different from the ec enrade completely different but so my o me my instances ni nyina so enti wo na unyina so ne say aka say enkosi aga no me nyina so ne say o hwe yemra koni ni mo a under article 131A of the constitution no the Supreme Court of Ghana and ya clothing with the the jurisdiction say about the interpretation and enforcement of the constitution na oni obi anche ono kwane de that is the to me no ena ebio o hwe article 99(1)(a) so a high court so na jurisdiction to declare a parliamentary seat and I say to declare parliamentary seat vacant and so no oni obi anche eno nti say speaker of parliament etenam rasebedwam na a question of constitutional interpretation arise na otena ne dwom na ono ankasa dane ne Supreme Court invoke the original jurisdiction of the Supreme Court and article 131 na o manchechiremu no wie no sa constitute itself into a high court na o declare seat vacant who ne yes pefe say enye emra no parliament mra se bedwa no emra no nye sa na adwumedie de say o mo sa eno no edo ntira menim say much ado about nothing something I wrote I did. When was that? I think on Sunday. And I reflected today. It's something I wrote. On Sunday. And I reflected today. Say I much ado about nothing. Politics as usual. And I end this Amanjuku no. And Nam Yura Aban Smart Kens for Babin so. Edem Rasibijano Adani an extension of the NDC office. Cook Adabraka office no. Or the Parliament of Ghana. You see, ABY, they see that Enrano should be termed as
Ghana's Parliament Day of Shame. Ghana's Parliament Day of Shame. You see, once we believe in the rule of law now, I will say all other friends say your constitution, you know, Ediamayan, Yajitum. Article 132 I can't pay say even all other courts, Court of Appeal, High Court, regional tribunals, circuit court, district court, juvenile court, any idea no. Or what's not say na omudi omujumedia and Article 125 yakludi omo with the judicial authority no. Say a question of constitutional interpretation arise here. They should stay and refer the matter of constitutional interpretation to the Supreme Court. Sir, Article 70, Article 97, 1 G and H and G, or say G and H, I bet to Jaya, Yakin say. Utie interpretation NDC members of parliament, any of my lawyer for ascribing to her, different from what the people on the other side are also ascribing to. And it means all parties are ascribing giving rival interpretations to a provision of the constitution. Clearly, you know, also the common mirror for no more jurisdiction, you know, to settle it. And uti every speaker, our lawyer opinion. Now, or the most experienced member of parliament. What's time Rasebe Jim Horn March from 1993? Abeji Sabri, I know rise a speaker of parliament, you know, or can say or defer no back with the ruling. No, now I felt say or consultation. No be catch and say the question of constitutional interpretation na abemuno or stay no refer that matter to the Supreme Court for interpretation. Now Supreme Court can say we are or the nanu the same also no parliament also not stating the position per the interpretation of Supreme Court e de beba no. Na so wanya sa the ode baye confusion e de nim guase kese abre the Speaker of Parliament na kasa mu na kaga na mrasebedwa na magana ababe laughing stock because international community ni obia no esre say what's happening in Ghana. What is happening in Ghana? You see, Article 97 clearly the framers of the constitution at the share say enya de bako and preserve the verdict of the Ghanaian people. Your core election 2020, the good people of Ghana and make a definite verdict, and a definite verdict say almost say Yama MPP Amanyoko no 137 seats. Yama NDC Amanyoko 137 seats, and Yama Kontonkro independent candidate, a member of parliament so bako. This is what we want the Parliament of Ghana to be composed of. This is the right of the Ghanaian people. Neka cross carpeting. Cross carpeting. Clearly the era honorable why you say anytime. You see ya no NDC member of parliament. No ankasa serving notice. Actually in Sano Krata. The mass speaker of parliament. Speaker of parliament. So the electoral commission say we cross carpet to the New Patriotic Party. And you know, you the seat vacant. Now electoral commission may by election. That was in the life of a particular parliament. The life of every parliament in the ABY unique. And until I was quite fast wa Mrasebedwa for omusaya and I say you swear omu ina different. Unsa anaju omutenasia eko ahomachia near dissolve the existing parliament, you know, especially on the night of the 6th January. About 12 near swear in the new Speaker of Parliament. It means that the life of a new parliament has begun. It's H parliament Neumi. Nyame adonia timkwemua on 6th January 2025. The night of 6th January, you know, not the H parliament be dissolved, you know. And until about 12 o'clock, 12 midnight, I was here swearing the new Speaker of Parliament or no, and everything name as I take charge of the 9th Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Sekas Parliament near Bakwa, a Kenya first Parliament of the 4th Republic, Yenya second Parliament of the 4th Republic, Yenya third Parliament of the 4th Republic, Ababa do the 8th Parliament at Yumi. And until unique. Additional Mukofia, a chair or Makwan Jessica Maomo, I friend S. Gracia, do don't in a castle say such a moon in the Maum because of how you treat parliamentarians and some government officials under a friend say Article Article 71 office holders, no, such a move because they have a definite lifespan in parliament. You about 4 years. 4 years also being a Juma said the Ghanaian people ne compose the parliament, you know. As I also Mawakwenya say in our next composition of parliament, you don't say Kobioa, that you are part of that the next parliament. And how is it? Say Obi expressive future intention. Said that me person me be Juma or Asempa FM. Me Juma or ABA Joy FM. Me susu yene say the next in the next year no me person me be Juma or Asempa FM. And until you say you may Joy FM because of a future aspiration or a future intention. hedetwe aso obi so say yemprim na ye de yera speaker Michael Kwe de be toto ho say eno speaker Michael Kwe and really on one emotion NPP yeto abawie in 2020 NPP sponsored parliamentary candidates
from na de na wo bekan
me kan nyina ka ho NPP sponsored parliamentary candidates omo di kunim on the ticket of the NPP no ebra ye compose parliament the NPP amanyo ko no chro Sanokrata General Secretary Edekomam Nasibedja for say these are the members of parliament elected on the ticket of the NPP Ekomam Nasibedja amaneba officially isi abamanie pa party so bamanie to the parliament of Ghana no NDC amanyo ko no so bo parliament amanie enunti say yen ye free say ye mremu no ye yi obi adi anan say ya twe obi asensen ya on kan ye hu bio a yen ye betro krata abre masibedwa na ka achiame hene no ma take decision on it enye a member on the opposite side and be raise a motion on the floor of parliament say obi ko independent yen twe na kunya asensen nipa no okan party ho ye party na ka kire yen say we ko independent what forfeiture membership automatic forfeiture of membership so person rejoin the party na person atro krata abre party no na party reji utuma no I'm coming party reji utuma over 2 years so better party ma ye party adwuma until so better contest for any position in the party
na ne wo kenya momre ya so na speaker gina ya o declare
me chere wa de baby wa de me chere on say omo ka say MPP mre mo bi ko independent wa forfeiting the membership no we have the right to waive that forfeiture
na we no mo waive ana
honorable Siama time no join the MPP. So he's still an independent member of parliament. But he's contesting, he has filed to contest on the ticket of the NPP. In the December 2024 general elections. Say a man waiver as a political party, we are masters on our own roots. Continue contesting because it used to be joining. Now, us for 2 years. And son with Timiako. But because of our own rules, it is any problem with whatever is happening on our side. Now your grievance procedure, you're resolving your own impasse. Third party they will see saying. Then the speaker ruled in this direction. A matter of constitutional question and arising. And I believe say the majority leader Alexander Kwame Afenyo Markins has done all of us good. I will say a boss branch in Nabaso. Say otu anamo ede asemono ekotwe ye Supreme Court abobuano. Say bo mona mrano ema mo hokwan. Because we had the executive authority, a president and an executive, the cabinet, and you included one with executive authority under Article 57. And the president is the head of the executive. Oba Masebeja, the speaker of parliament, and a PM or down almost so to me up constitution, Eddie Amawam. And now Article 125 and also the judicial arm of government, also a constitutional body. But you see, Ebra Yera Babin Speaker of Parliament, now a percent Parliament of Ghana practicing what we call parliamentary supremacy in Ghana. Parliamentary supremacy. Say because they are masters of their own rules. But the real feeling who say in the Justice Abulaive's Attorney General case, court revised that position. They say yes, Parliament. The Parliament is the master of their own rules, subject to the Constitution, because in Ghana, your constitutional supremacy, not parliamentary supremacy. They said English and they are completely different. Constitutional body, you must be in line, in tandem with the tenet, the power that has been given you by the Constitution of the Republic. Clearly, I didn't see a Parliament. You treat you differently, and it's a Constitution in the Parliament. You serve Parliament on Mondays in Kwa. And that's what person serve any process on parliament. Mondays in Kwasa the speaker Ekano on the floor of parliament now. And can do a constitution him said the edition must say Obi come Rasibedrema won't mention him Rasibedreni Ekom Rasibedrema won't mention. So from Rasibedrema Kofi to mention any Sadiano. Can the bishop say several any process be a court process be an 7 mandates. And based on that, process almost serve on Rasibedrema or Manje. Because or my arrangement with the judiciary say or Monday this a Mondays in Kwani serve parliamentary supremacy. The better court to say when the members of the NPP, the member of parliament for the New Patriotic Party on the NPP side, a call on an ex parte motion to the Supreme Court, Supreme Court, I grant you a plea, now we issue the orders for the Speaker of Parliament, the ruling of the Speaker to be stayed until the final determination of the matter. And until a free and the status quo remain. The NPP's majority group, is still the majority group in Parliament. At 2 since minority group no so no is the minority in parliament. Parliament said the changes be embem. Oh, certainly, sir. The leader of parliament. You can't leader of parliament, the majority leader. I catch and say until the Supreme Court best settle this matter, no, the majority side no, I boycott the proceedings in parliament. It's once the ruling has been stayed, or the court, an order of the court, the Supreme Court has been given, say ruling no, yen stay ruling no, we will go to the floor and conduct government business. Say the bear government, you may de ebekoso. Abani gunia me breso ABY abine ye. And you are corner, or shall general one district hospitals here. Maybe I stage say druya aka kama commissioning. Aye de apaso ebe to kamu ne de chile do be an yecha home pay say the tutu. And you are corner. We share over 12,000 kilometers of road are buying a constructed goose or ye near market say any wakono. We share free senior high school any wakono polyclinics any other improvement projects a cost on the market no and no and a Ghana for the science I say ye may ye from more Ghana na ye be cost on
nyanwa decision amu take yes ye nkom na shebedwam say mo no amowo dom duduo mu mo a mo ma ban na teso will take a decision say young parliament can no one ever quetiano.
You see, say Speaker of Parliament include itself with the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court or not constitute itself into a Supreme Court. Now interpret a provision of the Constitution. Now no answer including itself with the jurisdiction of the High Court. Now or declare seat vacant in Parliament. And then now it is fair and better say omu use one of the tools in parliament a boycott to be able to demonstrate their displeasure on a nearma ekoso omrase bedwafie ho no obi anim say speaker babemba ye no nanka ye parliamentary system no be ye ade a ye akonopa because of the experience in the parliamentary proceedings in Ghana but nenso ne interest or ne unalloyed allegiance with the NDC no a man who kwan a man fan ne nim de ne experience and in the exposure wonya in parliamentary systems no e muama parliament no enyini de bia confusion anye yete ballot paper mu a na ntokwa anya na yatendidie anya na ye mabo anya na ye kasatwie e na de bia koso omrase bedwafie eno nti ye be sre Ghana for say enye sei e na ye pe e wo ye mem ha sei. We want a parliament that can work in unison. We want a parliament that can work together in the interest of the Ghanaian people. The national interest must be paramount and yet partisan political interest. So I believe, sir, now Obia who decides because say oh 2 days we declare it vacant. Court also 2 days on stay with proceedings. No, I don't think now that the court has spoken now or no what to me no. Bijidi say dear Ajobreo Obia de na ne arsenals ebegu form na dwumedia Ghana for their science say amanyofo so ye mrasebedwani say oye omampanyin say oye mrasebedwafo mrasebedwamachiame hene no obi abeje ne dwuma pepepe na boama Ghana man etimi akoso na mpuntu a Ghana man ma ehia no so no ye nyina so timi dia ye dwuma na ma Ghana fo nyina timi akonenim
ansa na mrasebedwafo ebeba onuma setena wo mu no na MPP for muntumi enwo for sa interpretation no fasa se momra hye for me ensa omugina be na muntumi enko for nkyeremu ansa na parliament a resume e was sitting with because yen show ebra omuko file so omu de omano kra na e kan be ko independent omu take decision no ye bold enough say ya file awie ye ni nyina na mote wono mate o eti we no na hye mu chia me so bo amobo ene wono wa yese no beto sabre se mo yi omadi se mo nyi omadi se ne wa kan se mo betimi awevu se mo wave na bow se ma no ni nyina obi anterinti nyamo ana mo tena ase ye nhwe han e ma ne asisi ye
everywhere there has been several precedents in our parliamentary systems ohwe MPP amanyoko ni ma between 2001 2004 Dr. William Makoto no a member of parliament for New Abrim oko independent or survey in the term every year yantwena konwan sensen ohwe yera jo say ewusu a 2009-2012 for Bekwai constituency or independent or we need no independent member of parliament or file on the ticket of the NPP to contest to be part of the next parliament he declare the seat vacant. Ohwe yera Michael Tenya Onua no ye MP for Lower Menya Krobo on the ticket of the NDC or file so eco independent he declare the seat vacant. But what you say? You see, in the life of until say John Boy Ducho elected come as speaker on 13th October, 2020, no. Now, this has been the precedent. I don't see any about money to Parliament, and yet on anybody's motion, say NDC could have filed. Actual come speaker say, or member of Parliament, Yera Kwatiaka, or on your member of Parliament for on your on Kawamubu, and don't you know, Yanika the seat vacant. But ultimately, make a decision and the new patriotic party.
You.
What you say? Ultimately, make a decision for a new patriotic party. So I believe, say, once the Supreme Court, you know, omo 2 minutes omo church constitution, nim normally finality eba no. Every omo juma, baby or debeto no. It will be a binding precedent for all of us. Now, I believe, say, a lot more people can say that provision, Article 97, is clear. In Yanchi Mubia, Obi say English, no, and Latin, and it's a name and ABY. Okay, you know about my Rollins. A broad contest here or colloquially say Antonio Saba Norma Rasibi on the ticket of the NDC. Now, on your registered voter, Emma, Omo contest here, you're near Marchitinum at the Nico Court, Accra High Court. Emma Justice, Kwekuti Akabuafo, and there were Justice of Appeal. A ruling say provision under Article 94 no. Yes, so clear say you must be a registered voter. I saw your gun and now when you're in Fisher, you know about 21 years. Now what should you about to a woman? And you see that provision of the constitution, no, clear. You say you didn't about to a woman there. We didn't kunim there. Then also no ne election, you know, what you're saying. You know about an letter until one say. Or call to the Supreme Court. Now Justice William Atuguba Kasama Supreme Court on the Buono. I can say the mere fact that the trial high court judge, Justice Kwekuti Akabuafo, etimichro say the provision under Article 94 no clear. Say only registered voter I want to mean contest, you know, amounts to interpretation of the constitution. So we say clear. Because we say Zaneto say electoral commission our limited voter registration is ahead of or more or no NDC party no internal primary or more prepare or more towards the general elections. It is by that time no we opportunity to register. And the court agreed with Zaneto's position. Say because of that window of opportunity, you know, say can we amashitenum ya Emma ECB in the window no and I want register there then common course of action have a right and any time biano meteme ho ase ebeba a provision of the constitution you know baby ebia na see stay ye gina ho near refer the question of constitutional interpretation you know Emma Supreme Court no because obia to me say oka say provision is clear this is Supreme Court na kasa edna no asemaba and this is the current position of the Supreme Court eti ayemi nwanwa say NDC for no ede nam srani abasa omumpo na ye beneficiary of these provisions. Now, Omune, yes, I name away, cause confusion in the system because of their parochial partisan interest. And the day, you know, and Gracia Egusua.
So, Bono, Modi, be Mamma Honor, someone you proactive now because examples are women in Ano. Sabre next speaker said Titiso or Parliament in Ano. Nan Yamanoichi for Speaker Nanette so. And he said, Moin to me and repatata Cremo and Hunase, so born in NDC. I'm sorry about Miniaso. And Article 2:1, will be a guy. Bia ho kwan minua etimi nchen obetimi akọ area also betimi akọ na Article 2:1 say no akọ invoke the original jurisdiction Article 131 say provision bi ho onti ase eti court no Supreme Court no enchechire mu a you have the right in law to do so it will cause of action under Article 2:1 and the local standing as a citizen, so what me invoke the original jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. And in the new patriotic party, and I can't court, this position. Ghana ni be no free say or minded about our position, including Honorable Esiama, sa issues we be found hono. No subet me but within the right, you know, as a person. And you know, yen asked me before, and I do home for our signing my way, bra, a shasiana, a dear be do be a drea, a man yourself. Tinie kese bemutinie ene dia be ramra se bedwema and this a problem kese we say you know abusuani a woti ye lawyer eno kanhwere afoakwa ena wate ne nka no make say minua Richard Manube so adufie ha lawyer MPP communication team member ena Richard Manube NDC communication team member Richard so mame nanka we de enra sane onimunyamfo atofo senkan ye say ono ne majority leader say na mampani dada John Dramani mama so di tum wo se we de yankwa bato so eso mabe majority na ase akopim you
ebi se apimo ampimo lawyer kasani say running everybody believe the law what the superior court believe you can the anything up Supreme Court back no as a Ghanaian citizen, we must obey it. But as you say, Apimo and Pimo, I mean, it's only under another don't go forward. And the majority leader, I mean, minority leader. No, also president by a majority leader. If you have a robust governance, if you nobody might say you fear when you didn't see. And everyone to be fair to me, me lawyer ni. One say, I forgot. Okay, so Kote Mbrano, Kote, but only Manuqueno. At the end of the day, no credit. At the end of the day, I say, Chiniaka see near the question Brasobejum, and it say Brasobejum here, Abaya NDC headquarters. It is say at the Bakabe NDC headquarters. I want to tell you, Minya Fogwa, the NDC will never behave like you are Modi Electoral Commission at the headquarters. NDC will never do that. We believe the rule of law. Anyway, now MPP from Ghana and Omuchi Omusai. Na NDC for Omunka Humbi. NDC for Kahumbi. MPP for Kahumbi. And independent for Kahumbi.
Oh, shall say I can say MPP for an intimacy or Mufi. Some Namudi about.
You don't have that perception, say. Speaker Bagbe, Ghana for speaker number 3 gentlemen of the land. NDC Nintino, and we are politicizing parliament, your parliamentary businesses, and we are making sure that it has become an MPP NDC. We should be serious as Ghanaians. The law is the law. When you say that the law, a matter of fact is a matter of fact. You understand? And everybody must know that in this world, in your country, we have something we call precedent in law. The moment a judgment is passed, whether being parliament, being executive, legislature, or judiciary, it becomes a president. It's not president another. Excuse me. I have a chance to Ghana for. Tell your officer of your minister, and your president, Unim say, Okrumano. And you have Baumia, Kase, when you trophy, you are someone, almost Baumia. It's clear. It's a matter of fact. No, it's Asempa
94.7 FM. Ekosiise dwumadie so eni. No. Lawyer.
I know you're a gentleman.
Lawyer.
Yeah, you know you're a gentleman.
Lawyer. They are now on to Manube. Tiemi na mayi wafiri. Tiemi mayi wafiri. Your topic at that point, so Mr. Focus.
No, I'm focused on that.
As a way, I
will be some what you call the name agenda 111, what you name inventorized route, and what you call name DNA, what you call name NDC again. And what's the matter? What are the topic you are talking about?
Nanya wana kasa wo to go to low enough.
Me see, Ubisa Uti and Ubisa, did they talk all around about law? You see, the fact name the president person can say. Asempa Aba. What? And this is how the way we build a democracy. And so young and I copy and that is how democracy has been built since the Fourth Republic. What do you say? So we must respect the view of every institution. We must actually believe this. And can you say upon your mark in MPP for and common concord? What is their interest? Our interest in this thing. And you because Muslim majority. And no we winning. What is their interest in this case? The law spot it out clear. Say, who ye Bejani? No, Obia was small, because I'm Brasobejamono. No, could drew her. No, that's a someone dream so, but who could join another party. And said you have to declare a seat vacant. But it's just unfortunate that the time of duration, I think before 6 months, after 6 months, there should have been by elections. But this is after 49 days. After 49 days, so there can be by-elections on that case. But in any case, the court have ruled of stay of execution, and to the matter, the determination of the matter. The determination of the matter, no, one the one the crano. I know sir. So before the moment the court rule on the determination of the substantive matter, all the minute we'll talk about the president of what you're also talking about. You say in Ghanaian's parliament. MPs bebre cross the carpet and now say party near Jumabiono. They declared as vacant, is it not true? The audiences were declared vacant.
But so Speaker Baku ruling and binding here Waba said Chinchina issue.
Of course. But you see, Niamemi can say when we are building a democracy, we must respect institutions. That's my point. I will not sit here as I'm not a law expert. Intimin betraying about the nitty-gritty of the law. And I said, rule way by no. I've not perused the document yet. As a media practitioner, I will not sit here and throw dust in the people's eye. But he can say, he was quoting the constitution, explaining the constitution, and they were diving into the constitution for the Ghanaian public to learn. But to let it think as if say, all this is plotted by the NDC is what I'm defending. And one thing I can say. That's exactly. Yes, that's exactly.
Maniji anura mudi show mo yes adiane de baby ayedru ni yene majority na ye take decision.
The Speaker of Parliament has made a ruling by declaring 4 seats vacant. Okay, and upon declaring that 4 seats vacant, no anything about who can MPP for me no and one independent candidate. So who becomes majority? Who becomes majority? Now, who opposition? Now, who majority in parliament? I want to be happy.
Asempa FM.
Why? Won't you be happy? Let's be honest for ourselves. And yesterday, your jubilation, now your jubilation. No, we want to tell you that the building of a democracy, no, the NDC has won a battle. Yes, we won a battle because you're a member of parliament, a party motion, a former majority leader. And then the speaker quoted the constitution one word. Yesterday, no speaker ruling. What can speaker ruling? No. And the speaker then declared the seat vacant. So, and running in a majority, NDC had majority yesterday.
24 hours.
Whatever it is, we had the majority leader in opposition.
Asempa FM.
Hey, we got it. And to be media, I want to near me, Miss Rons, everywhere. As a Supreme Court for Kayano. Almost say it would almost say, if they declare their seat, almost the representation on by then. They don't get the people to represent them. And I was so scared. Hey boy, see, next year, I know I'm from Oti region. The people of Sal, the people of Sal, they've been how many years now? 4 good years. I'm not legal representation. I've been to being called battling for 4 years. So they are not Ghanaians. Or they are not special Ghanaians.
Yes, more as I'm no court.
Missy, we've been battling for how many years now? Yeah, I've really crying on my. Anyway, me point that what I was asking say, move and don't know application. What agency is about this case? And I'm not power. We are now passage judgment. Meanwhile, people of Sal has been their constituency for over 4 years. Our Omonia representation.
Asempa FM.
Everyone, the Ghanaian youth must watch carefully. As a nation, I said I respect the ruling. I respect the Supreme Court, and I believe in their rulings. But the fact of the matter is that just imagine say, actually, go to about we. You to about we. Now, President Mahama we now you know, be to Supreme Court. Supreme Court part this ruling like this. What will happen in this country? What do you think to happen? So we must watch out whatever we do. That's why I said I'm not going to go into the nitty-gritty of the law. And more lawyers for no mechanical. But morally, as a layman to the law, I believe say near Koswa the interests are equal gidi and then at 24 hours crime case in a court passing ruling immediately. No, why didn't the court do same for the people of Sal? Because the people have also been suffering. They don't have legal representation. So anyway, maybe Speaker Bagwin, why not from as a what as a legislature? And Supreme Court now from as what the Superior Court of the land. It's left with the Court of Public Opinion. What is it? It's Court of Public Opinion. But you see, say yes, media, me say Ghana for every Ghanaian use out here in there. So they say OPEC Ghana here because what Apenyo Maki and the MPP did clearly, it just almost the party no change the Ghanaian people. Because say who you Ghana and you know the interest is only about your political party. They don't fit to be a parliamentarian. He don't anywhere fit to be a parliamentarian. So I believe say let us take this one as you the young one, you the electorate, to make sure that any MPP parliamentarian in our parliament has no interest for ordinary Ghanaian. They don't have interest in Ghana. They see the MPP t-shirt on them than the Ghana flag we see. So they must immediately be voted out. And let's build our democracy ahead. This is my candid opinion. I don't want to go much about it.
Mamena wase ebusia Richard Manube and watching in Kano NDC communication team member na mamenkai wo se ye koba nyina no wa hoden a ye dani a ebedu ba bi no wapomuden no obego na wogo na du ho na adwuma a wo ye wuntumi nya bio sa wo ye drobani sa wo ye teacher ni sa wo ye lawyer adwuma bi a wo ye no sa bre na wo hia snit moa if sa senate de wako pension no akatua no ye obia pose ye ma senate betua man kakra ene senate se me mo nka ye se enye ne oya aban adwuma nko wo a waye wadwen se opese otuatua senate ne nkakra bia no ene senate mpanimfo se ogi obia enu nti na nchichemu ye sitie 1 tier 2 ene ne yekeka aka ho nyina wo ankasa apese otua ma ho a obetimi atua ma ho kura wo ye adwuma no a yetua bi ema wo no mesrew senate watere won kwaba mu opese okọ ahomgiem na wasumudwo o mabebre wo sanya na asudi wa abosome so na wonkokora bremu mmere wa bremu okọ bank na wuji usika eno na ede etimisrew wo hia nhwemu bia senate se frewon e wo 03026111622 ofre ya ene ye bejo so na emwa bia wo ho no yatumi ede ama kama ama wo ho atumi adwo na enche bosumi ye womuo ya ne da ye toso aduonu enum akwantuo bi ekoso wo ye dwadini na wopesa wokọ utukwan na akọhwe sene amansan dwaso wokọ baabi ti se Dubai wokọ Turkey sene osi edi wodwa ebere no aso Adansi Travels Adaroma ene car bank mpanimfo ejinamu multimedia group limited yeso yeteche dendenden we ye car bank trade summit ene ye de ehhehye so 25th October year kosi November 5th ena chese saa akwantuo dwadie akwantuo ene ye akure etu de we obi a wankasa woton wo niema we obi a wankasa timi manufacture bibi na pese odekọ na akọhwe se baabi ti se Dubai sen no omoye omniema sen no omudidwa ni nyina trade summit no betumi edo ho ahye misrew obekọ akwantuo ni bia na wafre number yi na Adansi Travels mpanimfo yede wanimu edo wakọ number ni 027030245 027030245 and as 026151334 ofre ya bejo so na kwantuo no ya ne wakọ asan ene waba ni sei jo ya boni bia emmemu na ye kan wapomuden te sen wo hia duru a ebema wo immune system no aginagina so a ene number 1 immune system support duro pa Ghana ewo ho eye imboost herbal mixture eduro yi eye wononomu a da bia yade bia kowu ekrawo esan se wo immune system no enye na apese immune system no gina ne naso na kakra bia yesi o na ne hwenim kakra bia kata bia na krawo a abusia imboost herbal mixture nunum bi na emwa wo Ghana ha sei ene pharmacy shop bia wuram na bisa ubenya bi Kingswalk Okanshi Drug Lane ubenya bi wo ho Ekosiise Pharmacy Widama Pharmacy Tribe of Judah Pharmacy wonu mu nyina na wo apese o tubi koton so fre 05407101113 ofra ene yebejo so na emwa bi ewomu no yetumi ede amount na Afrilac Lotto abusia ye kobai so no se Lotto no wa mwani na ho a obi be yo banka to banka na usika hye enei ye ka digitalization no a ebi ne se wo dial star 714 hash star 741 hash wunya dial se pe na chese Afrilac Lotto no odo ho ahye mu anesa edu se ye to akrade no na unipa kro timidia sika wo bedie bocho yesrew draw no anopa bia no pabosio anopa nondu na chese yato se unya bo sa star 741 hash no a wo betimi sen na apese wutwa ene ne ukita phone konko gina Lotto kiosk bia ho atwam ukita phone na wa dial o dial ya sen na apese wutwa ni opese wutwa number bia apese obono na niema dedadedem anopa de ne anopa bosio no ena anwumre so 7:15 ekosi 7:30 eno so another draw ye to na se ukotomu a na se wadia no abusuan mpanimfo no ewo fia lawyer Enoch Anhwere Afoakwa ewo ha ena Richard Manube so ewo fie ha wadwenkyere no so udi bi abana Daniel Mens Masaudu Kumase Bantama ode ba na ode ni metumi akan ya bawate mese ekoya atem ne weyi a okan yenyeye yebo anana kwabna de ayi ode aba ose NDC amanyoko no kwasem ne se enye obi ya na obedi omachi baby adefa ye no say ya na me so mama why Godfred ye boa ampo for de yo de aba wo say akua Ghana he toda edin pa say intellectual discourse no ye betumi have if say utie sene eniema sikwa oso amfansi why George Ajekum kwamena wo say akua Evans dia wa be wie kodada de na afi na obeto ne nkre oba beto ne nkra wa wie kodada da Daniel Boamade ayo de aba wo se akua ka kire Richard say wonya akasa na ne wo ka no me medwene ho a chese ntomasum Bans de ayo de aba wo se NDC amanyuko enti kwan be pa na ombefa so a wombe convince Ghana for say wo muni omachi wombe den na case moody 03 de ya wa odi aba o se chese enkrofo na eyo ya pa se popo biribiri atiesim babia ade no enenam no wadwenche obetumi adibi aba na ebresem ya kenkan ede amaw lawyer somna yenkoyanim yebre no enti yemontewtew na wunim se amemfi central so onuaba kujo so na enei Joanna Jan Kujo ena chese honom so ese Peter kwachi aka so ense osebo abam denden de papa yi prayer ka kire mo se ade no enyo na chese o kan ya o se ni enyame beye ena ye na reply o de aba no ni enyame pe ena o ye na NDC amanyoko ni chese electoral commission decision no enam kwan mu somna yenkoye ni
ebiwai asana meko yenua ba Joanna Jan ne NDC for de no so no na menua ma no ribi kan sembi wa hanom na yese metene no ansana yatoa so o se enwanwa se enra de ya no MPs ne de asem ne court na ne ya court no edi ni ruling na ba judicial process no ntiase initially onika ka so onye lawyer
so wadi kan ka chi
no ye de be che no honom we expert application say assembly esinesi intentem so na say court no ambem no ka say or twen the process no say enquire na judicial process no e fa the normal course ekokosi a na ebe occasion what you call an irreparable damage the court you can go on expert application court no ebetie no ama interim audit say sa orders even see sa de na ebe ba damage na eba yentimi en compensate yentimi en restore back no yensi ano kwan na court no enkoso na onhwa asemunim na san na no the same nyina awa betudwa
because you look at the agency
of the matter enti na call on expert application and expert application no enyo on notice eti nipa na ne kwatwe manso no he is not in the known onim say wa court kra wona akakogbo nkuru a kire court on your affidavit on your own motion na court ni tie wa affidavit no tie wasem no say wasem no emodu ampa say wantie na wanfa ni tumi ambegyinemu a o how kese beba na saa o how kese na beba no yentimi ensi wanam e wo saa o how na beba na court no make such orders and nti na court no I stay the ruling of the speaker and say ye masa ruling entry ho na mrase bedwafo en9 no omunkoso nya omadwuma until say court no ebehwe asemunim na ordinary do say my den aba enti we enya asem a obi awakodi say ye de koto ho na no ye di asem no ama
obedi asem next year July na
that's the judicial process.
No, I want to find out so in that case no the court find out yeah they should declare that seat vacant. By that time that the 8th parliament is gone now. So what happened?
The defendants or respondents also opportunity. Say once some interim orders have been made also ebeko to oppose it in court if they are minded. So almost make a court no mo akọkire omo abodwa enjo so ene kwan say court no o how bia emba mo akọkire o ma court say court pa obe make ni ruling ewo eno ho ansa na asem ni na kasa akoso henunti enye se obi ene court na akwakoye ananabi ana debi the now person o kire say enwanwa say sa the rather 4 years so say 4 years na ruling emba decision ma ye na sisi e we die court na tena say enura ne ya na decision aba enu na me kire wase amo ate ase say na tiefo nyina so ate ase say enye kana it is part of the judicial process and omo fa so a ama stay of execution and say court na stay the whole ruling no na e course of CCA no parliament ya restore into the order ebiwai wo hwe Joanna Kujo sense me amemfi central NDC for the nyom asem NDC for I wa Amenfi Central e binom se nipa mienu se miensa bi ene court secondary high court e de court to secondary high court enim se yenu aba Joanna Kuju enye registered card bearing member of the NDC e wa Amenfi Central enu nti ni election as parliamentary candidate no etia NDC mbra eno omoko su kire court se court amfa o hye anto Joanna Kuju so a na oye no ho carry no sem parliamentary candidate a na o tietie omo fa ahodie so eno no se mane kwan mane ko gina na eto no so aba omo it will cause an irreparable damage to them because omo so free say ono nima e bia nipa o so say omo free say obetimi edi nkunim no ono ebedi nkunim wa bato no so ena court eje omo andu say no tum say Joanna Kujo should not hold herself up as parliamentary candidate and now say whatsoever and all the others because defendants to this suit no na electoral commission ka ho and NDC so amanyuko e ka ho and Joanna Kujo na kasa as parliamentary candidate into parenthesis ono so e ka ho bi and ye this others e to ne so and in this say men hold yourself up as parliamentary candidate we are then not me file with the electoral commission say ukojina as a parliamentary candidate for the NDC assembly nyina ni o enunti na was saying could take steps to reverse the interim orders of the court no said be ya on be battle on matter up e bia no mo ye hwe han minim much detail as to that court procedure na course between NDC for your mankasa fisem o mankasa betimi asolve o mankasa sem e wo fie enunti say o mu yi sa orders ni free so dey a megidi say electoral commission dey no o ye referee ogina finfin because court dey shout to say e ma won hold yourself up na court no so o kan ho because ono so respondent or defendant in this matter na ono so no sa orders ne kano and nti ono so je o krata dey a no na so ama hold yourself up as parliamentary candidate o de kwa abato no so
nti obi bo electoral commission so bo
enye ye e wo sa say mo say nyina ho enye ye but me I would have stated say eka electoral commission no ebeka say ebia until say court never reverse any order no because when ye final decision of the court until say court never reverse any order no the woman cannot file with the electoral commission to contest in the 2024 elections until I'm say the only thing lacking in the electoral commissions and ceremony is say we didn't see this or communication sought to pronounce say as if say a definite order aba esi but a ongoing judicial process and then so omuko before the court a court na betimi asan reversing the decision in this interim order so make here and when you say man definite na ko final decision or final judgment of the court odi ye adwuma and when you say omu communicate to the public no say until say be a court no final decision no and a court no reversing the decision or until the final outcome of the case there then ontimi file with them or me man a period of time me say so when timi put in the house in order until such a time because electoral cycle need a process and so mo printing ballot papers and so mo ye na maybe ontimi hold the constituency you know in suspense say until say we case in by December ebia 6 na fe na ye ja wo say utimi ko gina afi na electoral commission equal printing ballot papers to run the elections in Amenfi Central na and in next come so ma some time frame bi say ya mouse abrewe ni brewe when timi anka wasem am farm and ebo am ebo yen dia then we cannot go with you on this ticket because we need to prepare for the elections for that constituency in line with what the constitution you know say by 7th December no e also organize presidential and parliamentary elections in the Republic of Ghana and whether you man kasa fisem omo a lawyer for e wo mo party nim me gidi ye say omo betimi ahwem no makenkan na anamoto bi so omo tu bia no so no omo tu e wo sa de ma we I have heard somewhere say NDC legal team no a file rate bi ne a notice of an application for injunction be against the electoral commission say ma onko ahead non printed ballot papers no for Amenfi Central constituency me hu any statement to show say the EC is opposing that application as we it court. Yes, the yanchain say once oma file no ma serve EC properly omo be court na obi akoka na asem court na yehu the interim orders court no edebema say they be prepare fairness and justice will prevail in the Republic of Ghana now about what we say the obedim kunim and I know and believe I'm hopeful in my heart and in my belief, fortified in my belief. Say, I like you, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. We eventually win the elections, and the MPP members of Parliament will get overwhelming majority by the grace of God and by the good people of the Ghanaian people. No, MPP among
independent candidacy.
Ebiwai, here, Onyame David. Nani nuanom nim say, is it David? Okodi wo hene no. Nani nuanom say ye ton no. ama na kwa kodi hini anka omo nton no Joseph asona making because I school ache Joseph na ni nua nim say ye ton no ama na kodi hini a na anka omo nton no hwede nyame ye obo so ma ton na say na wieo na so koda afiase a ko bre ya koda afiase obi so da ye ko kira ase no edri kopie eventually obeye a Greek minister the life of David ebra ne papa mani nyina no hwe nwan so ewo we kan first Samuel ho na no hwe nwan so esere so benyame ye so oyi na pie no you see the decision of God is not that of human beings. And I believe say Dr. Mahmoud Baumia insiesie Nyankopon siesie no ama o my Ghana na baby odunu free ya edina be dru what me change the political atmosphere in Ghana. I'm gonna be issue based politics, you know. Now we share the digitization drive. Any name of the go come be Ghana, the flat tax rate regime. I will propose say the tax regime I way you know, or no minimum flat tax rate. Everywhere, what you I don't know the year you can plan your life properly. Or the Bible board ready for, or be harmonizing your import duties and your tax systems. You know, I'm a import systems. You know, I am very serene. You can plan your life about SME sector near there. The SME bank or they ba and then o proposing there and the 1 million coders will be training you to take over the cyberspace, you know. Now boy amaya transition into the 4th industrial revolution, you know. One of the resolute and bold policies are ever to be proposed by a presidential candidate in this republic. Everywhere papa niemo de go akomu nyina futuristic adia ebua magana ya peja ye ho na nya sabio akokon ketenkete mprekon ketenkete ene ye be ye bua ma one sa ne ma ne bi by niema amaya eni omusi akan the international system no omo nyina de asi omani so omo ye ebinum co space ni ade no yeso ye boaboa ye ho nkwalai ohwe stem medication ene niema e ko omo ye plane omo ye ship omo ye niema kese ni ade we need to propel them and galvanize the base, support them and be able to train them well so they be take advantage and the talent of the Ghanaian people no ebe kosro. These are the things that Dr. Baumia e propose no catch Ghana for bigidi ye say hwe nya misira no so do be dru baby a wo se bia nya me be bio so be yiwa pie and the Baumia e dru the northern part of Ghana hwe nipa Oba western part of Ghana shenipa, oko eastern part of Ghana shenipa, oba sante bono ahafo, bebia oti, any bebia shenipa ebo twisia no, nipa obu okwampo na o yare da mpaso, ohu Dr. Baumia no onya hoto, na ne yare etuko ne ade nyina na, wababeye more than a messiah in the politics of Ghana. I don't see why ekunimdie ne de eda homa no. And then mra se bedwafo a omo eba
o Bible quotations abey dem
na ye koye nimu no na gidi ye se ahobrase mu no on December 7th Ghana for ye koto sere wo mo se ne omo ahye se omo beye no omo ye ne ngina na Ghana ye share NDC forecast so almost 243,000 names be a delete free electoral roll so 15,000 names be a ya transfer so amfa pathway bi ne de be can bro fa kese kire ya IPAC meeting ye be to public e call demonstration enough is enough me hunu ne ma na ruby cry agene red any ade anko siaga doctor and sane ma mudi demonstration dem ye pe de o ma Ghana akọ nim na Ghana so so try for to pefra
everyone Amanfi Central asema okay ye legal team your court your legal team so eye hu adwuma hardly say ebenya akwanya ama wantimi contest these elections na I believe say these elections because Omampani John Dramani Mahama ba with the 24-hour economy no ye hia oba no so say obobuaye na obuama because who policy the programs President Mahama and the NDC say anybody we need to encourage women we need to empower women and the women enter babanya woman vice president. So yeah, but be a man so no the NDC will support our legal team, will support with all the support there were. You know assembly the results to it no. We are on. Anyway, the future is very bright under Omampani John Dramani Mama. And then Omampani John Dramani Mama can say, baby no youth no man will lose hope bio. I can assure you that in the next 51 days, and up to 53 days, Ombe declare Omampani John Dramani Mahama as the president of the Republic of Ghana, and they will be in the 120 days, or by repealing e-levy. Or we are not repealing back tax after. Now, anyway, as some Omampani John Dramani Mahama about 24-hour economy. Now, when you say without you, we must all come together to make sure that your money power and your beer or so campaign, no for 17 buses, no busing crop. No me kwatna also more numbers are not something edwin about and cannot make edwin about they say about them because me my dear Omampani John Mahama chair campaign across the country something kokra be so suffocated a tom eba Sometimes you get close to 1 million people. No more bad one. We will man always a petition. Also a flyer. No money. Boy. Hey, for me, man penny John Dramani mama. Then there will have not be any need in this for election. I come on penny John Dramani. I'm efficient. I'm efficient. I know what would have come by me. So I will share the policies and programs. But everyone, share that be a free education. It's a good policy. Only a good policy. Me and Papa we are in 28. Because it 28 in number. And from the northern part of Ghana,
Blaster ABC.
Yes, for the northern part of this country, I have been able to access education. Anytime I'm penny John Drama, I say yes. So about free education, about yen papa. And idea over school 2 weeks, now but not 2 months. That's the word is from my penny John Drama, mama. Or shall say, have you detect something in this town? Oh yes, and John knows for you know. One will be Kroma. One say young boys in Nam Kroma.
Oh, Baby and Papa.
Baby and Papa, and can by this say, communities e-blocks are yet. And come about by and continue complete e-blocks. No, in Yakaram, me constituency, Quanta South, or my penny John Dramani or complete. The Akuye, or my penny John Dramani say, were complete. Oko Yabram senior communities in high school, or my penny John Dramani here, were complete. Oko Chimbru communities in high school, or my penny John Dramani or complete. Oko Quantana, a baby Damanko. Yeah. I do some level, and then Fulani for being Nancho. It's abandoned. So that's my idea. I've seen it. So on company on the Dramani man, the policy to be US schools. Then come do more. Me no can say up to now for 4 years and Kuala syllabus that just people are complaining. You're breaking the educational sector. Into company on Dramani man say, free education. NPP have said that about 5 million in Kuala and a year free education, right? I know Mokaya. I can tell about 4 million if you want to make tertiary education. Because when come right, crying. Into my penny John Dramani, mama say, yes, or mobile. First year, no. Some when you have access to tertiary education. Hey boy, the fact of the matter is that when you secondary education and want to be federal education, why you be able to move for entrepreneurship, you become a little bit waste. Because you won't get a salary that can sustain you. You won't get this that can sustain you. So my parents mama say no. For education, every first year student about university no. Oh my parents mama is going to take care of it. And you know kwa. And you know kwa. Oh, yeah, but hunkonda.
You say free senior high school. I say at the bed in a battery. Suntini amode be kan hu mbeti ma.
Everyone, you can say the bed in a battery. Yes, let us expand infrastructure. Get everything in the everything set. Now that's why we started progressive free education. Yes, that progressive free education. Progressive free education. We quickly expand the infrastructure and quickly it's part of the big push project. I'm paying on the money because a big push project. Yeah, say this put the betum. Some can say illegal team. So they are working on it. And you say you are bass your bar, and so you are bombasso. Both legally to make sure that you will be on the ballot paper. That's it. Boy, upon that, no. Say, Omampeni John Dramani Mama or the National Apprenticeship Program. Ghana Statistical Service actually say 1.5 million Ghanaian you don't have formal and informal education. They're on the street there. So Omampeni say, yeah, if that's the case, what do I do? I'm putting up National Apprenticeship Program. Now I'm calling on Jumaye. Omampeni John Mama say he's going to industrial agriculture. Every district you have farming service center. We are now to be a Juma. And I say, everybody, open for digitalization, but we are assuming in 1 year journey and how will you do? So we are focused on agriculture, and we are making sure that the agriculture will be industrialization of agriculture. Everybody, the good thing is, me dofu. Wow, Oman John Dramani was no maybe. Yeah, what's it or see, I'm going to go into agriculture now. I'm going to assassinate a problem. And now, the land litigation, no, assassin at no, I'm going to be a person on Mondono. We have to invest in agriculture, go to that area and get agriculture done. And that will bring food. I fully say that any country that doesn't believe in agriculture, that believe culture cannot grow. You see, culture is a way of a group of people live, but agriculture feed you tomorrow. So my penny John Dramani must come out with all those things, and everyone name it the power of Yasuma. My baby, I say, my penny John Dramani mama is a visionary leader. And they say, what's it? And they'll come Medina market, Okomokola market, and Mano, Omoko Gilona, or Gilon 10,000 CDR. Uber Kialona, you're not 15,005. Oh, my penny say no. Let me put up Women Development Bank. And this Women Development Bank, why involved in businesses, and you can take a loan up to 1 billion. Now one per day. So these are future things, and we are looking at how to make sure that we boost health sector. Enter my penny here. The prayer camps. You are aware. Bomb for 17 years. So they want to get pregnant and say they are infertile. They've been in prayer camp for so many years. No, it's a matter of science. It has a simple thing. So he's building infertility center or Kruma. Now infertility center no more embana and what that problem. You go there and access healthcare and get solution to it. So you see, these are policies Ayadiba, and we are saying that we are building a big virtual center or Kruma. So everybody, the policies are managing on Dramani Mama. And to Yamia Shasa was yes. Say Papa Yamata here for 8 years no. Now I'm gonna for 8 years no. MP before some break 8 years no. Nobody 8 number or number 8. And then they catch the Ghana phone in Babuling and say it's a simple thing. Unya ko the ballot paper mawa. Just look at number 8. It will be 8 years of suffering. It will be 8 years of corruption. It will be 8 years of immorality. So just look at the 8 and put your thumb on that 8 so that we rescue this country. We reset the country. Say reset the country. Then we'll build it together. And somebody said, "I want upgrade it." Hey boy, why do you upgrade hunger? Hey boy, how do you upgrade unemployment? Hey boy, how do you upgrade insecurity? And then how do you upgrade sicknesses? You want, if that's what you want, we are saying let us stop the 8, and that is why we are on 8. And then we'll build this country together. We have agreed that let us reset it. When we reset it, then we'll build together in this country. Everywhere. By the close of 2025, Christmas, everywhere, you will see how the young boys and girls in this country will enjoy this nation. You will see how people will be going to work up and down. You will see how everybody will be settled under the leadership of Mampeli John Dramani Mama and the Yamame, Professor Jane Nana Opokwajima, the first female Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. Everywhere, Ghana is going to be great again.
Yeah, that's say Ebusian Richard Manube and Yatin and Kano. Ye two apa no. Ebusian Yadisi lawyer Tiawana.
Any 300 Thursday. Me fa boat be called Spentex. Na me fa motorway no so. Na papa penyin na kaka no. Oye Muslim who tasba say ne car nim sa. Na ye ko na ohwe motorway expansion project na e was side and side na ko na obi ka say e kwan o betimi aye de o betimi awie de enam so omugu so omo ye say contractor na wo so adwuma e ko so wo say the so the wenti na opese MPP aban etwa so no because we say NDC ba omo ntwa so me jagu ha ma ne nyina say and the papa no start say obobo no papa no start say
more roads than you
4,000 no and then 12,000.
Right.
No. You are. I'm on floor. Let me hear what. Let me remind you. No, Beba. Oh, Manuribe. I'm on my feet. 12,000 kilometers. 4,000. You see, that's not Kayano. That's not Kayano. Everywhere. It's a Mukura Mami who say I'm Ghana for Buntu. Everywhere. Manuribe because I know can't e-blocks and what's them. It's what do you? Say e-blocks kodia so e-block community day school no na ko facilities assembly halls dormitories any near my ban we I dance apeja na ko facilities aban dey aka ho for all the e-blocks na ko dey aban complete you know any further development projects aban dey aka ho a e chain dey mo ye so mu kwa na mo ko fa World Bank sponsor 14 of them no do do na mo ti